Chair Jacobs, I just want to make sure that you're able to hear me.
Yes, I hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Howerton, are you able to hear me? Chair Jacobs, I just want to make sure that you're able to hear me.
Yes, I hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Howerton, are you able to hear me? Chair
Yes,
Jacobs?
Monica. Yes, Monica, thank you.
Commissioner Reckow, are you able to hear me? Thank you. Commissioner Reckow, are you able to hear me?
Are you having fun yet, Monica?
I am having a ball. Oh my. Mayor Pro Tem, I see that you've joined the call. Are you able to hear me?
Yep, I hear you. And the YouTube stream looks like it's working. Thank you,
Thank
Monica. You're a
No
miracle
problem.
worker.
No problem.
Has all this confusion and problem happened because of the construction in our building, Monica?
I believe that may have something to do with it. That's what we're trying to figure out now. Mayor, I see that you joined the call. I want to make sure that you're able to hear me.
Yes, I am, Monica. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Tom, I see that you've joined the call as well. I wanted to make sure you're able to hear.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Wendell, I see you've joined the call. I want to make sure you're able to hear me.
Yes, Monica, I can. Yes, Monica, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Monica, do we have a quorum to get started?
We will need council members. Right now, I just have the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem on the line.
Okay. Just let me know and we'll get going as soon as we've got a quorum.
Commissioner Carter, are you able to hear me?
Yes, Monica, I can hear you. Thanks.
Perfect. Vice Chair Hill, are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me see.
So I know we had Deidreana on there at 9 o'clock. Do we know if she was able to rejoin, if she's able to join at 10?
She is our other member. Let me text her right now.
Okay, because I did see her before.
I would say we should just get started. If we have to take any actions, we'll need a quorum, but why don't we get started on the reports? And then in the meantime, I'll get in touch with Deidreana and see if she can join us.
Right, all right. So thank you everyone for being patient with us this morning as we dealt with some technical difficulties. And thank you to Bert and Monica for helping with the solution, and Jillian for your suggestion of how to move forward. And so we will move on with our agenda for the joint city county Zoom virtual meeting. And first item is approval of minutes from May 12th, 2020. So we may need to wait on that. We don't have a quorum. We'll move on to our next item, which is discussion of the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. What is included in our agenda is, I don't know if the city council members have seen it, but we did work on revised bylaws. And I know Jillian, you definitely were in touch with Ellen about them. And our staff did make some really great suggestions about just framing the scope of the work of the committee that were, we felt really good about those. And also some changes to just who our appointments would be, designating them related to certain county boards that we have. And then the third item was suggesting a resource panel of different directors and the sheriff, police chief, DA, different agencies in the county that are related to health, mental health, wellness, safety, that we thought would be good resources for the task force. Those were our suggestions to move forward. We have discussed this several times, I guess twice now. Last night was the most recent, and we're really kind of at a standstill with our board. Commissioner Howerton, I won't speak for her, she can speak for herself today, but she has concerns. Commissioner Hill, who's here today, he can speak for himself too as to his concerns. So Commissioner Carter and I are ready to move forward. Commissioner Reckow has mixed feelings, but we don't have a consensus of our board at this point. So we're kind of at a standstill, I mean, frankly. that is where we're at right now, with the county's participation. Yes, Mayor Shul.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Jacobs and everybody. So we were very much hoping that you all would approve your participation. We think that the recommendations that you all have made are very good, and are very happy to get going and working with you all on it. The school board has agreed to join. They would like a couple more members, which is also fine. I think we're in terms of the city, Jillian and I spoke this morning, we've spoken previously, and we're very much happy to work with you all in terms of the changes that you've recommended and think that they're good. So what I was hoping to propose today was that we would meet, that we would each appoint someone. We would appoint Jillian, the county and school board would appoint someone to work in the next couple of weeks to agree on bylaws that we could all bring back to our boards. But from what the way I feel, and I know the way that Jillian feels as well, we're not anticipating any significant differences in terms of what you all proposed. We're happy to work with that and to, those changes are I think you've made some great changes. So, but with you all not having acted, I'm not exactly sure. We are, the council has already decided to go forward with this in August, if the county and the school board is as well. But if the county's not, doesn't want to join, we are going to go forward. Let me just say, we talk a lot about our frustration with only talking about how to deal with our gun violence problem, that we really want action. And, I just feel really strongly that this is a way to get some action. We can have joint community recommendations that really change the way in which we respond to crises and reduce the violence in our community. And there are lots of communities around the country that are doing this and doing this well. This will be a joint action where we all come together to, spend a few months to figure out what are the best ways to move forward. And you all have, I think, done a great job of listing some of the, especially some of the county functions that need to be involved in thinking about this. I've thought that was super important, and I thought you did a great job of it. So I'm just not sure where the hang up is. We will move forward if we have to by ourselves and with the school board, but it would be so much better to have the county involved. So I'm just wondering if you all could respond to that and let us know what your thinking is.
Sure. Well, I don't know, Brenda, I don't know if you had any suggestions at this point of what types of changes might address your concerns. Same thing with you, James. If there's any suggestions that you all might have at this point that could help us move forward, of things that could be addressed, of your concerns.
Brenda, you're on
Good
mute.
morning.
Good
Go
morning,
ahead,
Jay.
James. James, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. No, as I stated before, in theory, I agree with the task force. I think a lot of the goals are laudable. I just, and maybe this is a conversation I need to have offline. I need to sit down and discuss just the with why having the chief and the sheriff on panel is a deal breaker to some people. So maybe I could have that discussion offline. But yeah, there are lots of things we can do. Violence interrupters, having community participation. Like I've said before, there are lots of situations where having someone show up with a gun may not be the best idea. You know, why do you need that to have your neighbor turn down their music, right? But right now, we in our system, we have two professionals in Durham that are doing a pretty good job with law enforcement. And like I said, we don't have a rabid police union in Durham, thank God. And you know, I just want to have that conversation. Thanks.
Jillian?
I was just going to say, I think we should have the conversation about staff not being on the task force online. I think that's an important conversation for the community to hear as well. And I'd be happy to talk about it more after Commissioner Howerton shares her thoughts.
You know, I've had this conversation with my board, and it was not something that I was willing to vote on. And I'm still there. You know, the level of transparency and accountability with this whole idea has eluded me. I'm not ready to vote on something that you're talking. Our children are dying in the streets. You've created something that was thrown at us and said, get on board or not. And half of my board didn't know anything about it. This has not been done in the most collegiate kind of way for two boards to work together. And I see a lot of concerns that I've expressed with my board that have not been answered. And for it to be a community-driven plan, I don't see that. I don't see it being driven by the community. And until I can see that it's driven by the community, I cannot be on board.
Thank you, Commissioner Howerton and Commissioner Hill. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I have a couple of thoughts. With regard to, the question of law enforcement being members of the task force being a deal breaker for people, I think that the point of this project is to go to the community and have community input. We don't have boards in the city where staff or city elected officials are members. They're either we're either liaisons to the board, or the staff is, can be a staff liaison. But we don't have any boards in the city where staff people are actually part of decision making. They're not voting members, because the goal of the board is to have community input and to hear what the community thinks. That's the outreach piece. We're moving forward on community-based anti-violence and public safety solutions regardless. This is the goal of this project, is for the community to have a voice. Like, that's the point. So I feel like the question about whether it's community driven, this proposal is not something that City Council just came up with. This was brought to us by residents asking for us to do more around safety, and also to do more around policing, because because there are such serious issues with violence in Durham, and because people are concerned clearly about the growing issues of police violence in our country. So this is a way to deal with both of those questions, to figure out ways that we can create safety in our community, knowing that we have this significant gun violence problem within the context of a significant police violence problem in our country. Again, we have asked repeatedly and had multiple conversations with County Commission around collaboration. We have been very open to incorporating any changes or edits that you all want to our proposal. So I think that I think the opportunity has been to be very collaborative. I don't, for whatever reason, people have chosen not to accept that opportunity. And, I find that disappointing, but I do think that the opportunity to collaborate and to work together to make this happen has been very present throughout this process. I agree with the mayor that the process of getting community feedback would be a lot better if we had county appointees at the table, and if we had the opportunity to work with folks on the county side to make it happen. But this is work that needs to happen, and I think our community needs us to move it forward. We talk a lot about gun violence and how we're going to stop violence, and we've been, this is an effort towards making that happen, so that as we move forward with these community-based solutions, that there are residents at the table who are telling us what they want and need. It is designed to be a community-driven process. And that's also, part of not having staff on the board, so that it can be community-driven and community-led. I don't know, without any other specific recommendations, I don't know how else to address the concerns that have been expressed. If having staff on the task force, if having staff on this task force is something that, people feel is, or Councilmember Hill or Commissioner Hill in particular feels is, that we can't move forward without that, then that's something that I don't feel comfortable moving forward with law enforcement staff as part of the task force. I think that will change the kinds of conversations that they're able to have, and the goals of moving, and the goals that we're trying to achieve. I don't feel like I fully understand Commissioner Howerton's point. I think that it has been very collaborative and is community driven. But yeah, and I know Commissioner Reckhow made a number of suggestions, all of which I feel comfortable with. So anyway, those are just my thoughts. The ball is clearly in y'all's court. We would certainly be excited to have participation from the county, but I also think that our community needs us to move forward with solutions, and that we can't wait indefinitely for us to do something. So thanks.
I hear what you're saying, Mayor Pro Tem. I can't wait 2 years. You can wait 2 years. I cannot wait 2 years for a lot more talk. And you mentioned talking and planning. We have talked and planned for so long, and our community needs more than talk and plan and analysis. Black and brown people have been analyzed. I remember when I moved here in 1986, we were in Northeast Durham doing an analysis, and it's been continuously being done. And Nothing has changed. So I hear what you're saying. And I have attempted to have this conversation with my board and my chair. And I don't know what it is that I'm not saying that people can't hear. But when it comes to policing, if there's anybody on either one of these boards would have a problem with police, it would be me. So I'm looking at the whole community, not just police. So the city can do what it plans to do. I just have not gotten the answers that I've asked for or the information that I've asked for. So that's my response.
So just quickly, the proposal for this task force is not to wait 2 years to do anything. The proposal is to have community engagement as we move through a process of implementing programs that we're, that we are already contemplating and are continuing to work to move forward. We've asked the city manager to look at our 911 calls to see which kinds of calls might be able to be diverted to a crisis response service. We've asked for an audit essentially of all the police department's duties so that we can see which of those might be able to be transferred to other kinds of employees. So there's no waiting 2 years. We are moving this forward now. I think what would be helpful for me, Commissioner Howerton, is what specific concerns or questions you would like answered. And then I'd have a better sense of what information you feel like you're missing, and we might be able to actually provide that or respond in some concrete way.
If you want to have a conversation later about this, I'm more than happy to. I'm not going to prolong this conversation right now.
Okay, again, I think this is a conversation that needs to happen. I think it's a conversation that needs to happen because we keep, yeah.
I'm not going to do that right now, and I'm going to have to get off this. Given that we had to back up, we had to move forward our time getting started. I've got a 12 o'clock meeting that by 11:30, I've got to be off this call. So if we can move ahead, I think it would be useful.
All right, I think it would be useful for any specific concerns or recommendations that any county commissioners have to be communicated to the city. I would be happy to talk to serve as liaison to the rest of the board, to the rest of the city council, to figure out whether there are additional changes that we can make. But I don't feel like there's anything else that can be modified at this point to get more county commissioners on board. So unless someone wants to give me some more, I would love it if somebody would give me some more concerns and we could work with the bylaws. I'm happy to work with Ellen or with other folks on the school board to make more changes, but I don't feel like I have anything. I don't feel like there's anything else I can do in that direction right now. So if there's anything else that I can do, please let me know. And I think Deidreana's hand was up.
Yeah, I said, well, first Ellen, and then we'll go to Deidreana. Thank you. Commissioner Recco.
So thank you, Jillian, for your comments, and it was good working with you in an attempt to get to a compromise. But I do want to ask you something, because I found the input that we're getting, and we actually got probably another 30 or so emails overnight from people in the community who want to see the task force formed, but don't want the police chief or the sheriff even on a community resource panel. They don't want them in the room at all. And I'm curious as to what your thinking is around that, because again, they just poured in overnight, but we've probably gotten at least a couple of hundred emails since the proposal was aired about a month ago to involve police and sheriff, at least as a community resource, a resource to the committee.
Yeah, I think that having our law enforcement leaders be resources to the committee makes sense. I don't think that there's any way to move responsibilities from the police department or the sheriff's department without them first telling us what those responsibilities are and how they do them, and so how they could be replaced. So I understand that that there are folks in the community, including a lot of the people who first brought us this proposal, that are concerned about law enforcement having any influence or power in the process. And I'm concerned about that too. That's why I think that it's important not to have only have community members be voting members of the task force. But I think your proposal, Commissioner Reckow, for a resources panel solves the problem of not having those folks be voting members, while also having them be available to provide information to the task force that they might need to actually make proposals that could be effective, and that would work. I think if we want things that are going to be, if we want solutions that are going to function, we need the people who are currently doing the work to give us the information to help set up the alternatives. So I liked your proposal, and I would be happy to incorporate it into the bylaws.
I see. Okay, well, that helps ease my mind, because I was just struck by the avalanche that we've gotten over the past 4 weeks on that. To me, I'm troubled. I'll just put my cards on the table. I've been troubled. I don't like moving forward on such a split vote of our board. It just doesn't feel right. So I've hoped that we could get to a place where a greater number of board members would be comfortable. So that's why I'm kind of in the middle here, caught in the middle.
Okay, thank you. Adriana, and then Steve, and then we're gonna have to wrap it up because we've got a big agenda ahead of us.
Thank you. I apologize. I am between multiple meetings this morning, and I didn't catch the first part. I know we pushed the meeting back, and I was trying to figure out where we were, but I was hearing some of the conversation between Commissioner Howerton and Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, and I was just concerned because this was part of the concern that both myself and Councilmember Middleton raised, and that the process that had unraveled was not engaging in a way that supported having both city and county at the table along with school board. And just noting that the work that Commissioner Reckow has done in the very last few weeks could have been done from the beginning and starting this conversation, and that wasn't happening, and that was my main concern. I also want to add that I think Commissioner Hill's points around making sure that there are law enforcement professionals in the room to make sure that they're involved in the process and actually voicing their concerns, because I do think that there are reforms that they would like to see happen as well, and without having a way forward to make sure that the conversation is not just about bashing police or sheriff or what have you. It's concerning. And I know that Commissioner Reckow has worked really hard on trying to bring us to a middle ground. And I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's points around all the ways in which the conversation has shifted and changed. But I don't know that I even understand where we are right now, because I know that a lot of it's through email. And so I'm glad we are having the conversation this morning, and that it sounds like it's landing where Commissioner Reckow was working towards, but I'm not quite sure. And that kind of, there could be more clarity around exactly what the points are. That would be helpful, I think, in getting Commissioner Howerton and Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Reckow supportive, because I do think that there were a lot of committees and boards that were not included in the conversation that are on the county side and the work that they're doing. So when you say that there's not any on the city side, I think there are a lot on the county side. And I know I've been a part of quite a few of them for years. And so I just wanted to make sure that you honor the work that's happening on the county side along with the work that's happening at the city side. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedman. And I don't know if you've seen in the packet, but there is a copy now of the revised bylaws. And that has come out of, polling our staff, our Director of Criminal Justice Resource Center and other county staff, and getting their input and getting input from commissioners, and all of that was put together and reflected in the new revised bylaws that we have, that we're putting forward. That
I just want to lean heavily on the fact that it's been a very tenuous process that could have been a little bit more better organized and open communication. And so I think, like I said, the last few weeks, I think Commissioner Reckow has done a good job of trying to pull folks together and figuring out what those pieces are. But I think that piece that's been missing has been the conversations. And so I appreciate the conversation this morning.
Thank you.
However, I do also hear Commissioner Howerton and Commissioner Hill's angst in this pull. And so just acknowledging that this is not about the moment, it's actually about the work that has to happen. I mean, when Commissioner Howerton, who's lost 2 sons to gun violence, says that she doesn't want to wait, I hear that and I hold it close in the conversation. And then when Commissioner Hill, who has, been a part of gun violence, weighs in and says, there's lots of details here. This is a wealth of information or resources that you have at the table. And if they're not included in the conversation, it's disrespectful to start. And it's unnerving at the very least. But I'm here to just make sure that folks are listening and making sure that all the information is available. Thank you.
Thank you. And final comment from Mayor Schewel.
Thank you. I just want to suggest a way to move forward on this. My suggestion is that the commissioners, that Wendy, you appoint someone, I'll appoint Jillian, we'll ask the school board to appoint someone to work together over the next couple of weeks to hammer out final agreement on bylaws, and that we then take those back to our boards in the next couple of weeks. I think that if Brenda, if you have specific suggestions and concerns, they need to be heard right away. We've had this out here for a long time. And it's really impossible to deal with someone's concerns if you don't know what they are. So if you want to put those in an email tomorrow or something like that, we can deal with them and we'll deal with them. In terms of James's, your concerns, I think that they're very important. And, the specific concern around the sheriff and the chief. Let me just say that I think that aside from the reason that Jillian talked about why we need law enforcement at the table, I think there's another reason we need law enforcement at the table, which is that I have read a lot now about other places and some of the kinds of responses that they have. There are lots of things, protocols that need to be worked out. For example, if a mental health crisis counselor goes somewhere and finds a certain kind of crisis, they need to call a police officer to come and join them. That is stuff that has to get worked out in a lot of detail. What we're doing is not going to be pie in the sky. We have to have really practical measures in place, and those kinds of things will involve very close working relationships with law enforcement. And I think that what you all have proposed in terms of having a resource panel where the chief and the sheriff are in the room as resources on all of those questions is actually, I thought that was a fantastic idea. So anyway, that I just want to say that I agree with you, James. I don't think that they need to be on the panel themselves, but I think that amongst the resources that were listed, you all listed 5 or 6 different important resources that included both the sheriff and the police department. So I'm suggesting that we move forward on that basis, that we get our representatives together in the next couple of weeks, and then that we come back to each of our boards in 2 weeks to approve a common set of bylaws.
Mr. Mayor, I just can't, we can't leave this conversation without my responding to what you just said. Again, with all due respect, you just disrespected what I said and disowned it. I have been communicating to my chair of my board since you guys threw it over to us, my concerns. I didn't realize I needed to communicate it to the city. I thought the process was to communicate it to my board and my chair. So what you just did was just disrespected that I have a right to have concerns. And as I said, out of all due respect, Mayor, I have a right to have my concerns. And not just my concerns, but concerns I've heard from the community as well. So you're not listening to me. And it's just frustrating when I am communicating concerns that I have, that I've heard from the community, and you just totally disrespect them. Now,
Well,
I've had this conversation with my board and my chair, and now it's as if I haven't communicated that, because that's what you just said.
Well, I certainly didn't mean any disrespect, but it is hard to respond to specific concerns if you don't know what they are.
I communicated them to my chair. And if she did not communicate those to you, that was not my responsibility to do that. I communicated to my chair, my board. And you're saying that I didn't communicate. Yes, I did.
Okay, well, I'm going to suggest this way of moving forward. We can hear everyone. Anyone that has any additional concerns can make them available, but I really, hope that we can move forward by getting people together to try to hammer out some common bylaws, take them back to our boards in the next couple of weeks and try to move forward together. It's going to be much better if we move forward together.
I don't have anything else to say.
So I just want to address the issue of passing on your concerns. Commissioner Howerton, I have passed on the general concerns that you have shared with us. I have conveyed them to Mayor Pro Tem and to the mayor, but I think what they're asking for is very specific things that we can try to address. We've heard your general concerns about it, and I think
excuse me, I gave you at least 5 questions that were not answered. When we first started to have these conversations, I asked you 5 questions that were not answered. So if you could, this is an interesting question. This is an interesting conversation that we continue to have, because if my questions are not answered, you expect me, the citizens in Durham did not elect me they give me questions to ask. I ask the questions, they're not answered, and I'm supposed to vote anyway. That doesn't work. So if you can figure out a way. Now, I've had enough conversations about this, and you guys keep pushing it because you're determined to have your way. So I'm through with this conversation. So we can figure out how it is transparent, till we can figure out how the majority of the community is involved. I don't have anything else to say.
Well, it's helpful to hear you say 5 questions because I'm not sure what those are, but I'm happy to pass those on and try to get those answered. I don't know what 5 questions you're referring to, but that, if you can send them in an email or whatever, that would be great. And I will do whatever I can to try to get those answered. Okay. So I think we have had a
I
lot
I
of,
want to follow up on.
yes,
I mean,
Commissioner Recchio.
so I had a long conversation with Commissioner Howerton maybe 10 days ago about her concerns. And I remember 2 in particular, the time frame. Now, Jillian has expressed that to some degree, but looking at that, because Commissioner Howerton rightfully doesn't feel that a long-term time frame is appropriate. So looking at the bylaws in terms of change on time frame would be helpful. Community input. It's not clear to me, and I couldn't even answer it, what type of input we've gotten other than the input we've gotten via email. But for example, the Partners Against Crime group, the 5 PACs, have they gotten presentations on this? Did we give them an opportunity to weigh in? When I think of the citizens in our community who over time, month after month, meet and talk about safety issues regularly, it's our PAC groups. Have they been engaged? I guess I'm trying to be responsive to Commissioner Howerton in terms of, are we doing everything we can to respond? This is a big effort. We're talking about an effort that will use community resources, because even having the people from our resource panel sitting in meetings that may be 2 hours long, even each month, you're talking about resources. So have we done the basic due diligence around this initiative? Is, that's part of what Commissioner Howerton is raising here. And I couldn't answer it directly.
All right. So I just want to be mindful of the time because it's now, I'm 10:45. So just very, very quickly, those are great suggestions about the timeline. I had mentioned that last night during our meeting, and then community input process, but Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thanks. Just wanted to say, the timeline, the reason the timeline is what it is because we want ongoing community engagement as we implement programming. So the timeline isn't let's wait 2 years as was suggested before we do anything. The timeline is let's have consistent community engagement over 2 years to guide and shape what we're doing. So that's the first thing. The second thing around the community engagement, like the task force is the community engagement. So they would, part of their charge is to do these community meetings within the first, I think we said 90 days with folks in the community in order to gather feedback and input. That could include going to PACs or to other community groups in order to gather feedback and input. So I think the questions around like how we get input around how we're implementing community-based safety and wellness initiatives is this, like, this is how we get the community input. We haven't set up a mechanism for it yet. This is intended to be the mechanism. I don't know if people, we could change the timeline, but I don't know that that gets us anything other than the community piece of this project getting cut off earlier in its implementation. Like, I don't think we're actually, I think it's going to take a lot longer than 2 years to implement something like an effective crisis response program outside of the police department. And I'd like to, my thought was, similar to our race equity task force, we have a set amount of time in which we're asking for some concrete recommendations, but then after that, we, would consider establishing a permanent body to like advise the ongoing work as well. But yeah, I'm open to changes on the timeline. I'm just not sure that I'm not sure that they address the concern, because I feel like we're not waiting for 2 years to implement stuff. So it doesn't really matter if the task force is shorter. But if people want it shorter, then that's fine.
All right. Well, I think this was an important conversation to try to get the issues out and to be able to talk about it in this way. I hope that we can find a way to work together, because at the end of the day, it's, this issue is a city, county, Durham Public Schools issue. It's not something that can be solved without us working together. And I do hope that we can address Commissioner Howerton and Commissioner Hill's concerns and be able
Can you
to.
appoint someone to work with Jillian and someone from the school board over the next couple of weeks to start hammering out this and addressing concerns?
I will put out an email and see if there's a board member who would like to serve in that capacity. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So I hope we can figure out a way to work together, because I think that that's going to be what's best for our community in the end. So thank you, everyone. And we are now really shot our timeline here. Let's see if we can somehow.
Is there any of the items just largely reports?
Well, we'll see if we can ask people to just really expedite. So we'll go back and approve the minutes now that we have a quorum.
I have a correction to the minutes on the last page, referred to as Councilmember Reckow, which was had never been called that, but it just needs to be corrected.
That was a very high compliment someone gave.
I know.
Okay, so with the correction, do I have a motion to approve the May 12th minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Reckow, seconded by Mayor Schul, and a voice vote, starting with Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
And Commissioner Howerton,
Aye.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Reckow,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter. I know somebody.
I'm just an alternate.
Okay, whatever. I'm trying to include everyone. So I'm an aye, so that unanimously approved. All right, so next we're going to get an update on the small business loan program. We've got, it looks like lots of folks who may be here to speak. I see Andy Miracle, and I also want to recognize who's our Durham County Economic Development Officer, Brian Smith with the City of Durham, and Senior Economic Development Officer Kevin Dick, our old friend with President and CEO of Carolina Small Business Development Fund. And thank you all so much for being with us.
Absolutely. Chair Jacobs, Brian Smith with City OEWD will be leading this presentation.
Great, thank you.
All right. Well, good morning, Chair Jacobs, Mayor, Commissioners, and Council. As they mentioned, this is Brian Smith with the City's Office of Economic and Workforce Development, and I'm here to give you a brief update on the Small Business Recovery Fund. As you all know, the fund was established to provide loan and grant funds for businesses that were adversely affected by the pandemic. It's a partnership between the city, the county, and Duke University, and the fund consists of $1 million in private money from Duke and approximately $2 million in public funds from both the city and the county. Carolina Small Business Development Fund is our lending partner. So they are administering the program. And as Andy mentioned, Kevin Dick is on this call to answer any additional questions. And so I'll just kind of go through as quickly as possible some of the kind of top line numbers from the program, and then talk about some changes we're making along the way to make the program better. So we can move on to the next slide. So a few key highlights. As you know, the program launched almost 2 months ago on June 18th, so it's been right at about 8 weeks. In those 8 weeks, the
Hey,
program
Brian.
had.
Sorry to
We
interrupt.
lost-
We can't see your slides anymore.
Okay. I'm not sure who's.
I'm sorry, I am running the presentation. I'm having difficulties, but the presentation was attached to the agenda packet. If you guys want to go through that, and I'm going to work to get it loaded back up on my end.
Thank you.
So I guess I'll go continue through that, give people a moment to find it in the notes. So I'll kind of restart on that slide. In the 8 weeks that since the program has launched, we funded 114 Durham businesses as of Friday, August the 7th. And this amounts to just over $1 million in funds distributed since June 18th. So that's about a third of the entire fund. So we're happy to note that. I also want to take a moment and just note how efficiently Carolina Small Business has been in getting the money to the applicants. In many instances, the loan funds have, I think our first loan only took about 10 days from application to the business being able to receive the funds. And many of the grants are being received in a few days. And so just want to note how great it's been working with Carolina Small Business and how they've got money into the hands of business pretty quickly. I think I also mentioned that the first round of the grant program ended on June the 28th. So it was open for about 10 days. And we realized that we still had money left in that program. And so as of July 28th, we reopened a second round and to distribute the rest of that money. And so I'll go through a few more details about each of those programs next. So I'm not sure if my slides are back up. Sounds like I see it. So I'll move on now to talk about the grant program in particular. So just as a reminder, the grant fund originated with a $1 million contribution from Duke University's Office of Durham and Community Affairs. The goal was to really target small businesses that may have been missed by some of the larger federal and state relief programs. And so the grant fund was only available to businesses that had $500,000 in annual revenue or below. And to date, we've been able to distribute $784,000 to Durham businesses in the form of grants. We've received 195 applications, and of those, 106 have been approved. The average grant award was $7,569. The maximum that any business could receive was $10,000. So it's about 3/4 of the maximum. And we're really happy that the grant awardees were demographically diverse. You can see that 63% of the grant awards went to businesses that were owned by women, and 60% went to minority-owned businesses. So we're really happy with that number because that was one of the goals of the program. You can also see that the primary industries that received the funds are the ones that applied the most and were able to receive a lot of the money were food and hospitality industry, performing arts facilities, transportation services, personal care and laundry, and outpatient care centers. You may also, there might be a question about why some of the businesses were declined. Probably the primary reason for the decline was that a lot of the businesses weren't able to show a 25% or more revenue decline, which was a program requirement. You had to show a 25% or greater decline after March. And so that was the number one reason why applications were declining. A few other reasons were some applicants were outside of Durham, and some businesses actually had a revenue increase during that period. All right, next slide. So next up, I'll talk about the loan program. And those were for businesses that had revenue between $500,000 and $2 million. Since June 18th, we've distributed $224,000 to Durham businesses in the form of loans. We've had 29 applications and fewer approvals with the loan program because of the more stringent underwriting requirements, but we've approved 8 applications so far, though there are a lot that are still pending. We've had 57% of the loans go to minority-owned businesses, and it's not on the slide, but about 50% of those have also gone to women-owned businesses. So again, we're kind of reaching our demographic targets. The average loan is $28,000, just under the maximum of $35,000. And for the approvals, you can see food and hospitality industry, performing art facilities. Let's see here. I think outpatient care centers are the primary businesses that have received some of the loan funds. The primary reason for declination for the loan program is insufficient income to repay debt obligations. Again, this is a loan, so it's intended to be repaid. And so some businesses were unable to show an ability to pay that money. Next slide. So next, I'll talk briefly about some of our marketing and outreach efforts. We've worked with Carolina Small Business to really ensure that the program information gets into the community. I won't read everything, but just to kind of give you an idea of a few of the things, we've shared it across multiple platforms of both the city, the county, the Small Business Advisory Committee, DDI, the chamber. We've really made a special effort to have outreach to the Latinx community. So the program information was translated into Spanish on Carolina Small Business's website. We held 2 information sessions at the beginning of the program, one of which featured Councilmember Caballero. We've shared the press release for the program with a number of organizations that are focused on Spanish-speaking residents. We can go to the next slide. We shared information at 2 community conversations with neighborhood improvement services. NIS is really helping us to disseminate the flyers to targeted Latinx small businesses and churches. And also we have a community engagement session, I think this afternoon or this evening with BB&T and the Mexican consulate. So we really try to make an effort to get the word out. Our numbers show that, it seems like it's having an impact, but we're definitely working to increase our outreach to the Latinx community. Next slide.
Hey, Brian. If I can just take a moment for the benefit of commissioners to kind of unpack what's included with the Small Business Advisory Council for their benefit. This was a group that was established at the beginning of the pandemic by Director Pettigrew and the OEWD staff to understand and share information that was rapidly changing. Through the height of the pandemic, we were meeting 3 times weekly to that end. And so this included direct service providers, the small business centers at Durham Tech, Central, the Women's Business Center at the Institute, constituent service providers includes the Chamber, Black Chamber, DDI, Discover Durham, Triangle Artworks, community lending institutions such as Self-Help, Fifth Third Bank, Carolina Small Business, and others, and multiple city OEWD staff, and myself and Leander Croker, who is the business services manager at the library. So just to make that point, to give some idea of the span of what that network includes when we say that. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks. Appreciate that clarity. We can move on to the next slide. So I mentioned early on that we've made a few changes to the program as we've looked at more data, and we've thought about ways that we could expand the eligibility because we want more businesses to be able to apply. So I'll go through some program changes that were as of July 20th when we opened up round 2. You can see that we have $216,000 still available in the grant program. Unlike in the first round where businesses were selected at random, businesses are now selected on a first come, first served basis whenever they apply. Also, businesses can submit documentation showing a 25% or more COVID-related loss from April through June. What we noticed in the first round is that a lot of businesses may have not shown a big enough revenue decline in April, but as the pandemic continued to stretch on, the impacts of COVID really hit their business in May and June. And so we've expanded that time frame so that they can show a loss anytime between April and June. And finally, Durham County businesses are eligible to apply for the grant program in the second round. Originally, it was only available to City of Durham businesses, but now Durham County businesses are eligible to apply for the grant program. Moving over to the loan program, we have $1.6 million still available for distribution in loans. One change there is that, businesses can document a reason that they had a significant disruption in operations in 2019. And so reasons can include flooding, fire, major damage to their property, or being forced to close due to an emergency declaration. So, we're not penalizing businesses that had an extraordinary event in 2019. So they're able to show 2018 numbers instead. And lastly, just with the grant program, Durham County businesses are now eligible to apply for the loan program. And so in the final 2 slides, I'm going to talk about changes that we're making to the loan program. Again, continuing to refine the program as we find more ways to expand the eligibility. So last year, we can go back one more slide. So last year, the city completed its first general business survey. The survey gave us a number of insights about the business community. We're planning to launch the dashboard with the full results of that survey in about a week, but there were a few findings that were relevant to the changes that we wanted to make to the program. So the data from the 754 businesses that responded to the survey showed that 85% of our businesses had 20 or fewer employees, and 95% had 50 or fewer employees. That'll be relevant in just a second. Also on the revenue side, nearly 3/4 of our businesses had annual revenue of $1 million or less, and 92% of the businesses had revenue of $5 million or less. So that really just kind of reiterates the point that most of our businesses in Durham are definitely small businesses. Next slide. And so using that information, we are making a number of changes to the final round of the loan program. So initially, loans were only available to businesses that had revenues of at least $500,000 and up to $2 million. With this change, we're now going to eliminate the floor on eligibility, so that loans will be available to businesses with revenues up to $5 million. So they don't have to have $500,000 as a minimum. At $5 million and below, they're eligible for the program. In addition, loans will be available to businesses with 50 or fewer full-time employees. Initially, the employee maximum was 25. So again, using that survey data to inform how we make changes. And the final point is that we are going to reach out to all of the businesses that applied for grants and notify them of their new eligibility opportunity. So we're going to, through our marketing efforts, we're going to notify the entire community of the change we're making, but we definitely want to make sure that those who applied to the grant program originally also know about these changes, because now they can apply for both. So we're really excited about these changes and think they'll really kind of expand the eligibility of the program. So I really appreciate the opportunity to share this update with you, and Andy and Kevin and I are happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Brian, for the great presentation, and Kevin and Andy for the really great work on this. I appreciate how you've approached this with the Small Advisory Council and the outreach to the Latinx community, and also the way you are adapting and revising the program as you see what's working and what isn't, and what the needs of the community are. So that is fantastic. Comments, questions from everybody? Commissioner Recco.
So we got a recommendation from the Recovery Renewal Task Force, I believe, about repurposing some of the loan money to be grant money for assistance with retrofits in businesses to make things healthier and clients and more comfortable coming in. Is that going to be pursued and considered?
I don't think those conversations have been had really at a staff level fully just yet. I will note that both the city and the county have a contract with Carolina Small Business Development Fund, and so we would certainly need to involve attorneys in that. It hasn't come down to a staff level yet, so I think it's It's a possibility, but I don't think I don't know that that's been fully explored at a staff level, if that's something that's feasible or if that's something that we can do. So I think there's some more discussion that is intended to be had on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Mayor Schewel?
We don't have much time, but I just did want to say, great job, everybody. Kevin, congratulations on getting the money out of the door so fast, not only processing the applications. And I wanted to thank Andy and Brian and everybody involved. I think that you all have done a really good job. I'm looking forward to, more disaggregation of the information and eventually the names of the individual businesses helped. But I am just really happy that we're able to help this number of businesses. And I also want to thank Duke for stepping up and joining the fray here. It's been really important. So thank all of you all for a great job.
Thank you, Mayor Schewel.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And this has been a great collaborative effort, and it's just so important during this crisis to get some immediate help and support to our small businesses. And I guess my last question is, do you feel like we're going to need to keep doing this for the next, we'll need to keep having the next round and the next round? What are you hearing from the Small Business Advisory Council and the folks who are recipients of the loans and the grants?
Yeah, so I mean, we're definitely hearing that the money that they're receiving is a huge help in this moment. We've heard, Andy and I did a interview, I guess, or conversation with Univision on Friday, and we heard from a number of the businesses that received some of the grant funds, and they've really kind of helped them transition during this time. So I think that we'll continue to evaluate the program and see, we've got about $212,000 left in the grant program. I think we'd like to maybe have some further conversations, at the end of that to see what's the best path forward for getting more money into the program, if that's something that the leaders decide to do. But the community has definitely been very happy and thankful for the money. It's really kind of helped bridge this time, which was the intended focus of the effort. And I hope we can kind of continue to see if there's additional ways that we can assist.
And just to add on to, go ahead. Just to add on to Brian's comments, we've seen so much foot traffic and interest on the grant side. We think there's a lot of potential just by opening up to that pool to say, now you can apply for a loan as well. When we look around the state at what other loan products are out there, particularly at the state level, this is the best loan product that a small business is going to get. So if they're going to take a loan, this is their best opportunity to get the most beneficial loan product.
Great. Well, thank you all so much. And we look forward to hearing back again at another meeting. I guess at our next joint meeting, get an update. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good to see you, Kevin. So next item is to get an update on another great collaboration, our Family Justice Center, Durham Crisis Center, the utilization of the county's former DCB building, and hear about the projected city and county cost. We have Kent Wallace-Meggs, Executive Director of the Durham Crisis Response Center. Unfortunately, Liz Heron has left us and moved to New Orleans.
Liz is actually on the call on this Zoom meeting with us today.
Oh my gosh.
Hi, Wendy. Hi, everybody. I'm still around remotely from New Orleans part-time for a while. So I'm really excited to still be able to be part of this. So thank you all for all your support.
All right. I'm so glad to hear that, Liz.
Yes.
Also, we've got Perry Manns, our Deputy Director of Engineering and Environmental Services, and Linda Seguro, Project Manager. So we'll let you all take it away.
Okay, I think that we would sort of kick it off with me. Again, we so appreciate all the support that the county has been giving us and all the conversations that we've been able to have over the past few months with both the county and city in terms of the Family Justice Center and us being able to move to a bigger location than we're currently in, which is right now just in the courthouse. Just briefly, if I could have Liz just sort of explain the Family Justice Center model so that folks will understand what that is. And then I have shared with Perry and his staff and with Monica on your team, sort of a budget because we were going to look at some of the costs of us being able to move into that. Liz, would you just give us sort of a short overview of what the Justice Center will be?
Sure thing. I'll try to make it very quick. So the FJC, the model is to have a co-located services and collaborative services, just to make navigating for clients and survivors in the community to be able to access services much easier, basically to break down some of those barriers that a lot of our survivors face when they're trying to get assistance in the community, whether that's with safety planning, getting protective orders, counseling services, needs through DSS. So with this new space, we're actually going to be able to have, there's going to be room for us to have some of the partners move in. And even if they're not there full time, they're at least going to be able to hold office hours there just to make it much easier for our clients coming in to access services. So we're really, really, really excited about this opportunity. I think it's going to be really great for the community. We did a lot of, planning leading up to this, thinking about, strategically where it would need to be located, making it easily accessible for clients to get to also where it would be close to other services in the community that might not necessarily be able to be co-located with us, but it would be close by for clients to be able to access those services too. So we just can't say how excited we are for this opportunity. I think it's going to be really, really great. So thank you all again for your support.
Great. Thank you, Liz. And, as sort of a dovetail to the earlier conversation, this, one of the key mission areas for the Family Justice Center is the reduction of violence within households. And so it's very appropriate timing for us. As I said, I sent over a budget, but I don't think that has been shared with either the city or county. I don't know, Monica, if you can pull that up. Do you have that?
1 second. I'm trying to load it up right now.
All right, thank you. But what we've done since the county last month approved the lease for us, we have been having various contractors and other individuals come in and sort of look at the space and help determine what it would take for us to be able to move in. We tried to keep everything as conservative as possible. Most of the expenses that we're looking at are just some paint and some fixing, repairing walls, and where some shelving and stuff like that have been taken down, replacing some carpet in a few places. But then also security is going to be key for us. And also just the IT infrastructure that will be required so that we're able to really be able to serve our clients and make sure, because this will be a location that also needs to communicate with the rest of our organization. So really investing in that IT infrastructure and security that will need to be there. Also, there's some audio-visual stuff that needs to take place because we will be doing remote hearings and some other things that would need to be in place so that we can communicate remotely with the court systems. So what we've put together here is pretty much it's room by room or area by area. And then I've sort of categorized the areas of which things fall, such as category 1 would be something that pertaining to walls and paint. Category 2 is carpet. Category 3 are repairs and structural. Category 4 is security. And then also then the IT networking and audio-visual, I've just lumped all that together because that's a whole other proposal outside of this. And that is something that DCRC is able to cover through a grant that we've received through the Governor's Crime Commission. So in just sort of a quick overview of what we're looking at is DCRC would be able to cover all the security issues and all of the IT infrastructure, phones and what have you, And that would cost us $73,604 of a total of $159,122. So what we're asking the city and county to cover or to participate in is the $85,508. And in previous discussions that we had had at these joint meetings, we were asked to come back with some numbers in terms of what it would be looking like for the city and county to help us prepare to be able to move into this building. As I always say, this is not a DCRC building. We're just going to be the caretakers of it so that all the other members of the community can provide their services to those that we're serving in terms of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, and family violence. The one thing that is not included in this, we have also looking at possibly doing a sort of a privacy fence along Mangum Street on that parking lot. But that will take some time in terms of what that would have to look like, because there's some ordinances and all of that, because it is on a corner. So how all that might look. So that figure is not in this at this time.
Well, thank you, Kent. And I didn't know if Perry, where we're at, has this proposal been vetted by staff yet?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioner. I'm sorry, I had to unmute myself. Yes, engineering staff, that's both myself and Linda Salguero, have been in lockstep with FJC through this entire process. And so we have, I know Linda has coordinated several meetings where they've actually went in and assessed the facilities, met with general services, and sort of directed them, even giving FJC some names of contractors who can assist with this type of upfit, if that's what you want to call it. So yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you also have this has gone through city staff as well?
Yes, they were a part of the previous, I guess, when we sort of were looking at potential sites. But as far as a rollout of this is the first time, and that's the purpose of sort of sharing it with city council as well as the commission. So.
Okay, thank you. And Perry, since you're on here, just if you could share with our counterparts on the city, I know you shared this with our board, but I think it's important to recognize the contribution the county is making with us providing the building and the value of that building.
Yes, Commissioner. Yeah, that's correct. We recently had an assessment done by Maverick Partners, and the value of the building itself is around $1.2 million. The cost of the overall site is just over $2 million. And so, I think that should be considered as part of the county's contribution to this whole overall effort. So good point.
Thank you, Perry. Okay, so Ken, is that the end of the presentation at this point before I bring it back to everybody?
Yes, it is. Okay,
great. Thank you, Monica. So any questions from folks about the proposal at this point for Kent and Liz and Perry? Comments, questions?
Well, again, in the interest of time, I'll just say I really appreciate the presentation, Kent, and I really appreciate the county doing such a great job, Perry and everybody else, in working with you all. It's, we heard this a while back, and you all have really done a great job on the county side advancing it. So thank you all. And this was the first time that I expect our administration had seen the budget figures. So I know our staff will be looking at it and there'll be a discussion. So thank you.
Anyone else? So I just want to say I'm really excited. This has moved really quickly, thanks to everybody. And when we're talking about community wellness and safety, this is a huge investment. that we can make in preventing the impact of violence and trauma in our community by this advancing and supporting this model of the Family Justice Center. I'm really glad that we are supporting this effort, and I guess next steps will be to bring back the budget request to both the city staff, county staff, and for each of our boards to take that up as soon as possible. What is your time frame, Kent, in terms of us all trying to take action?
Yeah, well, the grant funding that we have in order to provide the upfits that DCRC is going to be doing, we have to have that money spent by the end of September. So it would be good if we could also at least have budget approval for the entire project so that we can report that out to the funding source, you know, that this is part of a whole joint project.
Okay, so our boards really need to take this up by the end of September then, is the frame. Okay,
Yeah,
that's great.
yes, please. Because some of the things that that the city and county will need to cover will impact our ability to do some of the other IT infrastructure and all of that, such as we don't want to go in there and do things if we're still going to have to open up walls and that type of stuff.
Right. And I will just say, as I'm actually now chair of the DSS board, we've been tracking our domestic violence cases during the pandemic. And I'm sure that everybody is aware of the impact of the stress of this pandemic on families, and that the increase in domestic violence that is happening. So this is a really important issue for us to be able to support people in our community as soon as we can. So thank you, and we will move forward in our respective boards on this. Thank you all. And Liz, good to hear your voice. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for your support. Take care.
Bye. Okay, so the next item is to hear about another great collaboration, our eviction diversion program, and where the city is really taking the lead on this. And so I see Reginald Johnson with us, and I am trying to look at my agenda to see who else. Reginald, can you tell me who else?
Janine Gordon. Janine Gordon.
Okay, maybe Karen Lotto, whoever. I don't want to miss anybody.
No, we'll handle it.
Okay, thank you. It over to you.
All right, well, thank you, Chair Jacobs and Mayor and council members and commissioners. I'm Reginald Johnson, Director of the Department of Community Development for the City of Durham. And we're here, Janine Gordon, Ms. Janine Gordon, who is Assistant Director of DSS, is here to discuss and provide an update on a partnership between the city and the county on the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And so we just have a few slides that I'll take some and she'll take some, and then we'll be ready for any questions. So as we talked at a previous JCC meeting about this possibility, and it did come to fruition in terms of having an emergency rental assistance program. Next slide. And the City of Durham is partnered with the county and Legal Aid of North Carolina to use this community development block grant funding that the city received as an entitlement jurisdiction that was part of the CARES funding. This is CDBG, we call it hyphen CV for COVID, part of the CARES Act. And the CDBG money, as I shared before, it does have some degree of flexibility, and it's primarily focused on low income households and communities. And it can be used to fund emergency rental and utility assistance with some limitations, and assistance can be provided for up to 3 continuous months. And the beneficiaries must have income at less than 80% of the area median income. Next slide. In terms of the partnership and how the partnership actually is working, which is working well, the City of Durham Community Development Department provided just over $1 million in CDBG CV funds for emergency rental and utility assistance, and $500,000 in city funding for eviction diversion legal assistance. That's the existing contract. The Durham County Department of Social Services serves as the program administrator for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And the Legal Aid of North Carolina is providing legal assistance to the program participants under existing city contract and providing additional intake for emergency rental assistance program. Basically, what we were able to do is take existing partnership and use this funds to enhance it to a degree, which is actually very exciting. Next slide. Client eligibility, and when we discussed it before, we had given a premonition that there would be some requirements because of the funding, but the residents must reside in the city of Durham, must be able to certify that their housing problems arise from income loss related to COVID-19 pandemic. That is a federal requirement. At the time of the housing crisis, it must have a household income at or below 80% of the area median income, and must receive legal assistance with their housing situation from Legal Aid of North Carolina, the Duke Civil Justice Clinic, or another approved legal provider approved by the Legal Aid of North Carolina. Next slide. The program benefits up to 3 months, continuous months of rental and utility assistance. The assistance may be prospective as well as retrospective. The maximum benefit is $6,000 per household, and all of the assistance is paid directly to the landlord and the utility provider, and no payments are made to the individual. And at least I think at least 180 households are expected to be served. The next slide, I will turn over to Ms. Gordon.
Good morning. So one of the things that has come up during the process of actually doing the eviction diversion at DSS prior to having these dollars was that there has been some community feedback, and we wanted to address that in this project. And that includes having a referral process that can start either with DSS or with legal aid. So these next two slides kind of give you a process overview of what happens if you start with DSS or if you start with legal aid. And what you'll find is that the same information is being gathered to make a decision about financial assistance. We're gathering the same documents, we are doing the same eligibility requirements so that there's no confusion on either side about what eligibility would be for these dollars. We want to address that community concern. And also one of the objectives about sharing this information is so that it's a transparent process with the community, so that regardless of where you start your process, you'll end with the same destination of getting financial assistance and legal assistance. So as you will see, we are doing phone interviews right now, and we're trying to keep it as virtual as possible, obviously because of the COVID pandemic right now. However, we have multiple ways that you can deliver the documents. You don't have to come into the office and share those documents in person. We have drop boxes. You can scan those documents using the mobile app, or you can fax those documents. So the next slide will show you that the same process is happening on legal aid side. However, the documents do need to end up with DSS. So either legal aid will provide those documents to DSS, or you can send those documents straight to DSS, because we are working on having a shared system of documentation so that you can enter on either side the information that was gathered in order to make that determination.
Well, thank you, Janine. Thank you, Reginald. I, first of all, really want to thank the city for the contribution of the CDBG money. And especially, I think this is another example of, really similar to the small business program, that you all have really worked together to improve this program, working with legal aid. It sounds like you've all really listened to what you heard in the community. And I want to applaud you for coming up with an improved process that's really serving the needs of people in our community. So thank you, thank you, thank you. It sounds great, this shared system of documentation and being able to enter through either portal. And I know you all have been working nonstop through this pandemic as well, absolutely nonstop. So thank you. Questions, comments from other folks? Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I just had a question regarding the utilities and acknowledging that that's both electric and gas, along with water, and just noting that those for-profit businesses are receiving a payment directly. I just wanted to know if there was any conversation around the total amount and if there were any agreements or any pursuant of agreements around how much money is being directed to those utility companies.
Reginald, do you want to answer that, or would you like me to?
You can go ahead. We don't have any requirements. The funding goes to help the household. And so to the extent that those needs fall within those requirements, they're consistent with the funding, but I'll let the specifics go to Ms. Gordon.
So we do not have any contracts with any utility companies either. And we make direct payments to the vendor so that those assistance dollars go directly to the need. And whether it's a rental assistance or utility assistance, there is a maximum amount. I believe it was referred to in this slide presentation of $6,000.
And I apologize, I'm specifically speaking to the 6,000 over a number of customers to the vendor. And so just acknowledging that as a joint city county, we might want to have some conversations with our local vendors around what supports we have in place as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
I'd also like to remind and mention that anyone who comes in for the emergency rental assistance is also eligible for all of the other DSS programs, including the federally funded SIP program, Crisis Intervention Program, that assists with utilities during high heat and low temperatures as well.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Mayor Schewel.
Thank you to the county for being such a great partner in this. We really appreciate you all, Janine, and it's great to have the legal aid folks as well. But it's you all have been, doing this kind of thing for so long, and it was really great to have a sort of the perfect landing place for these funds. So thank you. And Reginald, thank you all for your work.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Can I make one additional point? Yes, thank you. I would also just like to thank the county and the partnership. One thing that's important from our standpoint in receiving these funds is there are administrative fees that are permissible, but the county, just like the city, decided not to use those funds to defer administrative costs, but instead gave the opportunity for those funds to go directly to citizens. And so I just want to say thank you for the county for partnering with us in that regard.
Thank you for letting us know that. That's really important. And I just want to say, I just feel so proud with, things that we're discussing today. To me, it's really evidence I feel like I've seen with this group that we are really seeing how, every level, the partnership and the collaboration between the city and the county, how our staff are just working together on the most effective ways to serve the needs in our community. So, I mean, I'm just like, to all of you, thank you so much. Really, really grateful to you. All right. Thank you. We'll move on to another great collaboration, the City County Feeding and Homeless Program. So we've got Donna Rewalt, our Director of Cooperative Extension, and Colin Davis, Manager of Homeless System for the city. So here we go, city and county folks. So I'll let you all take it away. Thank you.
Okay, Monica, if you could pop up the slides, that'd be great. And if not, I'm happy to do that. Okay, looks, I thought I was up first, so there we go. So I am Donna Rewald. I am the County Extension Director. I'm also the co-lead for our feeding efforts in Durham County during this emergency time, along with Michael Davis, Strategic Initiatives Manager at the County Manager's Office, and also Kelly Warnock, who is Nutrition Program Manager at Public Health. We last spoke to you in May, so I'm looking forward to updating you on several items. I will be brief, and then if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them. There's a lot here. Next. So as you may recall, our primary strategy in Durham County is to work with and support our numerous nonprofits and feeding organizations, including food pantries, throughout this period. As part of that effort, we have continued to convene the Food Security Task Force meetings, now bi-weekly, which is every other week, with more than 40 community partners. I think about 100 plus individuals actually are receiving the information that we share, and it's sharing resources, determining needs, and solving challenges on the spot when we have the opportunity to get together. One of the major feeding efforts, of course, happens through Durham Public Schools, the summer meals program that has been ongoing this summer. It has lasted and will continue all the way through the end of August, based on the waivers they have received from the USDA and federal government. Flexible options for fall school nutrition will be dependent on federal USDA waivers. There's been a lot of advocacy in this area because there will be less flexibility with the regular school year nutrition program than there has been with the summer nutrition program. I think the hope was we would have the summer nutrition program continued. That seems unlikely, but there will be waivers that will allow some flexibility for DPS to operate, and they will know more and be able to share that with us hopefully soon. Our community initiative that you are all familiar with of Durham Feast, which included a partnership between DPS, the Durham Public Schools Foundation, the county, the Food Insight Group, and other partners, supported school meal sites and home delivery. That program ended as of Friday, July 31st, with more than 500,000 meals delivered to children, 96,000 family meals, 1,000 children, and 400 families that receive delivery weekly, with a waiting list of more than 1,500 for this service. More than 2 million has gone directly to local restaurants and distributors and to local farmers as well through Durham Feast. So this was a great success. We do have some thoughts that I'll share with you in a moment in terms of the food delivery component and the necessity of continuing that. Next. So our public health staff, this was in the early stages when I last spoke with you, continues to implement a feeding plan for food insecure COVID positive families. This need increased dramatically from the time we last spoke. And so, for example, between June 24th and July 26th, they served 80 families and 317 individuals with a total cost of $11,000. The idea, of course, is that when we have a food insecure COVID positive family, that family needs to stay in place. They need to be provided all of their needs. In many cases, we assess how much food they have. So we've run into folks who've got a week's worth of food. We've run into people who have a box of ramen noodles and anything in between. We've had families of 2, families of 8, and everything in between that as well. So whatever those needs are, we try to address them. We have a typical delivery, and I've given you some of the items. So not only are we addressing the food needs, we also have to think about diapers if there's children, some other cleaning products, perhaps, particularly if there's COVID in the household, you're trying to keep that from spreading among the family members. So there's a whole lot that goes into that. Public health staff has been working hard doing that, and we partner with Food Lion to purchase those items on a regular basis. We have staff who work during the day and on the weekend to make this happen. This is funded through the county, which should ultimately be reimbursable. We've got some United Way rapid response funds and certainly partnerships with food pantries. We've had moments where we've had some small gaps where funding hasn't quite, or the food cards have not quite met up in the right timing, where they have filled in those gaps, and that has been tremendous. We've also, at the time we last spoke, we were about to implement county contracts, which are well underway, to feed seniors with In Hunger Durham and subsidized housing in Durham with Meals on Wheels, and also with El Center for feeding our Latinx residents. We are expecting reports from 2 of those based on the timing of their contracts mid this month, so in the next week, and we can share some of that information with you. Those efforts are going incredibly well by some just really dedicated and creative folks who are feeding seniors and our Latinx residents. Next. We also continue to partner with the Triangle Nonprofit and Volunteer Leadership Center. As of July 30th, we had 611 volunteer placements for food security relief efforts. And we also have an additional rapid response team that's not reflected in those numbers deployed for very urgent needs. So it's a 30 or more people that we literally, a truck is coming, something needs to be unloaded. We deploy those rapid response volunteers very quickly. Wendell Davis leads up that effort in partnership with the Volunteer Leadership Center. During Congregations in Action, as a result of a recent food security task force survey of food pantries, is hosting a hygiene drive now through the end of September. It's a cleaning product and hygiene drive. So what we have found that in addition to food, when people come to a food pantry, they also may need toilet paper. They need hand soap. So we know one of the best ways to prevent COVID, of course, is masks, and we're doing a really great job with masks, but some of the cleaning supplies and sanitation supplies needed, families often lack, and will be seeking those at food pantries. So what we are doing is we are doing this drive in collaboration with Durham Congregations in Action, and then deploying those supplies directly to food pantries to be given to residents. So that's another great partnership that has emerged as a result of our survey work. We also are still continuing with our farmers market team out of the food security task force. We meet regularly to resolve issues and share resources. We've had a couple, I know, guests from among our county commissioners who participated. We resolve a lot of public health issues, some farm type issues. We work with masks. Most recently, we did have a larger, you might call it a protest, of 30 unmasked individuals who came with a flag to the Durham Farmers Market downtown 2 weeks ago. And we do have some ongoing conversations with city and county leadership about how we deal with mask enforcement, because that was very difficult for the market because the individuals would not leave and they were not shopping. So that's an infrequent type of issue, but that again is the kind of thing that we're trying to help and support as we work together with our farmers markets. But in general, they're doing well, and we're very pleased more people are coming back to the market, and the market's doing an excellent job with safety. So a final item on this part of the update, as you may know, to address our year-round food security issues, because hunger was with us long before COVID was, and while it's exacerbated, it's something we need to have a more in-depth grasp of. We will have a new county food security coordinator position, and I was informed this morning that that position has been formally established. And so that means we will probably be posting that position within the next week. And so we're very excited about that and thankful to the commissioners for their foresight in helping us create that position. Next. So our emerging and continuing issues that we would like you to be aware of. So certainly meal delivery, as I mentioned, for food insecure pre-K through 12 families ended July 31st. With all of our schools opening virtually, we recognize that that delivery component, which was trying to target a very specific food insecure group who had significant transportation challenges or vulnerable, significantly vulnerable family members, really needs to emerge. So right now we have a gap in that service delivery. We are coming to the Board of County Commissioners on August 24th with a proposal for that work, working through the Food Insight Group and in collaboration with restaurants in Durham County. So we will be sharing that in much more detail at that time. We do believe that support for seniors or Latinx and COVID positive feeding will need to be renewed as the crisis continues. We don't have timeframes for that at this point, but we are keeping an eye on that. We know, we're kind of observing how long the funding is lasting, looking at the private partnerships, and we will certainly keep you up to date on that. But we do see that those needs will certainly be ongoing, as all food needs will be ongoing throughout this crisis. Finally, we will continue to support our farms and farmers markets as an ongoing strategy. And another thing that we've been thinking about a little bit, and I think we've put in our information we've shared previously about projected needs, that is kind of understanding and supporting the financial needs of our smaller food pantries and sites for purchasing food and meals. They have been doing tremendous work in our community, and been stretching a dollar like no one else, and have been finding food resources in incredibly creative ways. We just want to make sure we're supportive of them as one of our primary strategies. And then next. And so I don't know if you want to hold questions till after Colin speaks. I did want to mention, this is just a picture of what typically happens with some of our food pantries in Durham. These are pictures from Iglesia Presbyteriana Emmanuel, which serves a very diverse population off of Roxborough Street. They, for example, were feeding 150 families before the crisis, and now they feed over 350 a week. So what we have found among our food pantries is their efforts have doubled. You can see that long line of cars, you see the volunteers and the food stacked up in a room. This is a very typical type of situation going on all across Durham with these wonderful food pantry partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Wow, an incredible presentation. Just the amount of work that you and all of the food security partners are doing. It's just astounding. And I just, the mayor knows with the Recovery and Renewal Task Force, I think part of our focus is on renewal, well, the renewal and recovery, but I think one of the benefits is bringing people together and hopefully building new partnership and new ways of doing things and identifying gaps. So as Donna said, the county has committed funding to have a permanent full-time food security coordinator for the county, which is something we've never done and clearly was a gap that has been identified that we need when we look at our food system in Durham. And I have a question, Donna. One thing is we just approved $100,000 last night in the county's budget to further support the food assistance that we are giving. Now that's mostly COVID related, is that right?
Yeah, that's COVID related, and that's directly affiliated with the purchase of the gift cards and the public health staff being deployed. There is right now, as you know, from the state, a request for proposals that I believe Duke will be applying for that may end up providing some relief to that funding because the state is providing some funds in regions to do some feeding work, which would include COVID positive. So that could help us adjust and stretch that dollar a little bit farther. And also too, as COVID abates, so if we have fewer COVID positive families, we will have less need to feed them in the manner in which we're having to feed them right now.
Right, okay. And then I know we've seen a lot of discussion about and you all are supporting the Black Farmers Market and all the farmers markets right now as well. Has there been any work with the folks over at Avondale in the Latinx community who've been trying to set up markets? I don't know if you all have been pulled into that.
I've not been pulled into that, but I would be happy to do so. We work, collaboratively on the markets team. We have a collaborative team with another staffer at Cooperative Extension, a staffer at Soil and Water, and also a public health member who helps advise on our environmental health aspects. So where I've heard, we've reached out. So like we've worked very collaboratively with the Black Farmers Market. So if there's someone we can get in touch with, we would love to be supportive of them. We found definitely having a good, strong plan up front. So like the Black Farmers Market was great because we partnered and talked before they first launched. And they had some wonderful practices in place, and it prevented a lot of challenges for them. So we would be really glad to work with anyone to support them.
Okay, I will make sure that connection happens.
Okay, I appreciate
it. Questions, comments? Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I also want to congratulate staff on pulling all of this together so quickly, and especially noting this was prior to COVID and initiating alongside COVID. I can imagine the challenges, and I do appreciate the rising to the challenge. I will say that I know that there are quite a few community partners, and I just want to make sure that they're also keyed in. So I know Durham Children's Initiative has also been doing food security work. We've been serving, and as an employee there, I want to make sure I state that clearly. We've been serving at least 300 families a week and making sure to do food delivery and drop off or pick up, so to speak, contactless. And then also Communities in Partnership has been doing the work at Antioch Baptist Church. And I know they were like serving about 200 prior to, and now it's up to like 800. And so just knowing that this need is really big, and I'm really excited that Durham Congregations in Action has initiated the hygiene drive. I know we're also doing that through DCI as well, and have been partnering with the Diaper Bank, which I know has been a big part of this work. And then just to note that I didn't see anything about people with disabilities, and I want to make sure that the food securities person is invited to the Mayor's Committee on the Persons with Disabilities, because I think it's important to make sure that we're not leaving out any vulnerable populations, especially those who are less likely or less able to get around in the city with mobility issues, and then also with visual impairments and hearing impairments. There's just a different level of outreach that needs to happen, and I know that the community has been concerned about that part, or that committee has been concerned in raising those issues. And I just want to also add that it would be great to hear more feedback on the federal or state funding the counties received on COVID and how those are being directed. I know I haven't heard any updates, and I'm not aware of where those dollars are going or how they're being distributed, but it'd be good to know, like, have a good understanding of some transparency around where it's going and how it's being disseminated.
Yeah, and I will say that's not as much in the food space. I think in the food space, the county dollars that have been spent, we're mostly relying on FEMA reimbursement down the road. So that would be a question probably for some other areas.
Okay. Thank you.
Great questions. And Councilmember Deidreana Friedman, could you connect Donna to the Mayor's Disability Commission? Can you make that introduction?
Yes, I definitely can.
Thank you.
Thank you. And in terms of the CARES Act funding, we could, at our next meeting in October, make sure that our staff does a presentation. We had to submit a plan to the state, and now for the next round, we have another plan that's due, but we could have our staff present how that money has been spent.
And also what feedback, I guess, if there's a need for feedback, where you're getting that from, who you're talking to, because I mean, that all matters in how the funds are directed.
Right. Okay. We can make sure we do that on our next agenda. Mayor Schewel.
Thank you. Great report, Donna. Thank you all so much for your work. I know it's involved so many different organizations and partners. Congratulations on pulling it all together. I know that you described the situation with the federal waiver, which I know is crucial, and I didn't quite get it. So my first question is if you could just explain that again. And then my second question regards kind of where we are with the work that End Hunger Durham and others are doing to feed our seniors, where we are there, and what you see the kind of, what do you see as the needs there, in the next few months? Those are my two.
So in terms of the waivers, so if you think about how our meals are being delivered over the summer, you can kind of see that. So we so the school system was allowed to implement the summer nutrition program back starting in the spring, which allowed for greater flexibility. But the federal government also provided waivers for things, for example, that you did not have to provide the meals as a congregate meal site. So you did no longer have to gather people together. That is typically how that food is delivered. You bring people to one place. You also were able to group meals across days. So rather than giving one meal a day, or 2 meals a day or whatever that would be, you can group all the meals together and deliver them a couple of times a week. They were also allowed to make meals frozen. And they were allowed to use these kinds of site specific delivery places and also to do delivery. So typically school meals, even in the summer, are not delivered. School meals in the summer are often delivered through various locations like at the library or other partners. Our regular school year meals, of course, are delivered on site. You get your breakfast, you get your lunch. The reason waivers are needed is, again, the congregate meals requirement, the requirements for how we deliver the number of meals. So you can't imagine that a family would be able to drive to the school and pick up a breakfast and drive home during a virtual learning experience, then drive back to the school and pick up a lunch and drive home if they have a car. So the waivers are really necessary in order to have any kind of functioning year-round nutrition program. We do know that some of the waivers that were available over the summer will probably be available in the fall, but probably not all of them. So part of this will be some decision making from the school system about that. What we also know about school meal programs is that they are typically, supported also by paid users. So that, during the regular school year, it's unlikely that someone's going to drive to a site and pay for a school meal. The places, the people who most need the meals, who are either on free and reduced lunch, are the folks who are more likely to get those meals. So, I think they're going to have to work through, which is not something we can work through for them, how they're going to work out their economy of scale, supporting their staff, and then hopefully also maybe working in partnership with our delivery proposal that we're going to come to the commissioners with. So I'm hoping that they will have a word on these waivers soon. And the other one was with seniors. We did actually have a brief report from Betsy Kreitz with In Hunger Durham. They've done really well with their process, particularly of delivering to seniors. They also have done a really nice job bundling other services. So it has become kind of almost like a community support wraparound service, because they also have contact with those residents. The interesting thing is they've also engaged the residents in the food delivery process. So residents are sometimes taking food to other residents. There have been some really great relationships built there. So there's some other positive attributes, particularly with the isolation and loneliness that seniors are experiencing, also along with the food. We do know that this is going to need to continue throughout the COVID period, just because of the vulnerability of that population. We will be having conversations with DCI and In Hunger Durham, particularly around our seniors and subsidized housing, in terms of how funding and that is looking. We are at midpoint right now for the funding the county has provided. So we will be getting a report from them next week. I hope that's helpful.
Super helpful. I do have one other question. I do first want to just also thank, I appreciated all the things that Deidreana said about all the community groups, and that was so important, and I appreciate that. And also I want to congratulate the county on the Food Security Office. I know that Commissioner Carter has been, ever since I've met her, practically wanting this to happen, and I think it's great that you all have been making it happen. So thanks to the county. Mm-hmm. Also, in terms of delivering other things, are you all connecting? One thought I have is that as many people as you all are touching, are you also bringing information about the census? Can you? You are. Okay, good.
Yeah, so we did do census deployment at the various food sites over the summer. I also am going to be following up, hopefully, with the Census Committee. I'm interested in, whether they want to do some deployment at food pantry sites, because when you think about 350 people lining up on a Wednesday, that's maybe an opportunity for them. We also do additional informational opportunities. So for example, we provide additional information about food pantry sites that are near the school site where the people are attending, so that they have full information about food resources available. So we've tried to utilize that strategy in cooperation with Durham Public Schools, who has been great about allowing that to occur.
Great job, Donna. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Reckow?
Well, the mayor took the words out of my mouth, because I was going to bring up how we might, because when with food and food pantries, it attracts crowds, and how could we piggyback with the census? But just a couple of lighter things to relay. I just saw news that, and I'm surprised Adriana didn't mention it, that DCI just won 2 awards for its community vegetable garden. So that was great. And I also want to give kudos to Donna, because cooperative extension, after you buy your veggies, you can learn how to cook them. They have an awesome, it should be an award-winning cooking and nutrition show weekly, and just knocking it out of the park. So just wanted to mention that.
Very kind, thank you. And I do want to say that we are doing everything we can do to bring our partners together. So DCI does come to our food security meetings sometimes. So we love collaborating, and thank you for the compliment for our staff. They are doing a great job. Food is part of our business.
Yes, Councilmember Freeman.
And I do apologize. I just wanted to tag on to Commissioner Ruckow's comment and say, yes, I would, but I don't want to brag too much. And then I also wanted to make sure I don't forget the Durham Public Schools Foundation has also been doing this work and doing a really good job, and make sure that they're included in the partnership conversation, because it's very greatly appreciated. There's so many partners that I just want to make sure I highlight them as I go along, because this work can't happen without them. Thank you.
Absolutely. And while I'm mentioning shows, DCI has a weekly story time for toddlers that is absolutely amazing. The woman's bilingual. The woman who does it could go national. She's that good. I turn it on and I can't turn it off because she's so terrific. So just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, we could keep talking about this for a long time. I have a few more things on our agenda, but Donna, could you send an invite when you guys are going to have another food insecurity team meeting, and just to all the elected officials, including school board members, in case anyone wants to join in, because it is impressive to see how many partners are gathered together working. Great work. I do want to mention one other resource has been our SNAP program. We've had over a 400% increase in recipients, and that means our DSS staff are working really hard. And the county, thanks to our DSS staff, entered into a new program called Helping Hand, which is going to give our SNAP recipients an extra access to fresh fruits and vegetables, an additional bonus to anybody who's receiving food and nutrition. And so I just read about it last night on an email from our DSS director that our staff applied, got into the program, and this is going to be an additional resource to people in our community. So go team. All right, so Colin, sorry to keep you waiting. And again, another great collaboration related to our challenges around housing and homelessness. So we'll turn it over to you. Thank you for being patient.
Anytime. So, good morning, Mayor, Chair, County Commissioners, City Council. Appreciate time to give you an update on what's happening with the homeless system as we're responding to COVID. So we can start off with the first slide. Next slide. Looking at our current data, this is about 2 weeks old now, but when I submitted it, this is where we were. These numbers may have come down a little bit over the last week and a half. So as of July 31st, we had 129 single adults experiencing unsheltered homelessness, waiting for a bed in an emergency shelter or other permanent housing option. And 30 families were in the same boat. Pre-COVID, we were sort of ranging 75 to 115. So we're a little bit above that on the single side. And when COVID began in March, we started running 115 to 168, which was our high water mark. So I'm glad to see that we're making our way back down from that high water mark on the single side. The opposite is true with families, that we have seen a spike in the number of families experiencing unsheltered homelessness is continuing to rise during this time of COVID. So that's where we are at this point. Next slide. So this is kind of how we got to where we are right now, and looking at our capacity issue and some of these things. The number of beds available, as you can see, are 32 for men, 15 for women, which are substantially less than what we had pre-COVID at Urban Ministries. And back up, sorry. There were 9 rooms for families at Urban Ministries. Those rooms for families have not changed. The county has been willing to rent 40 rooms at the Carolina Duke Inn for medically vulnerable single adults who are unable to return to a socially distanced shelter. Families moving forward is our primary family shelter, and due to social distancing, they're down to 17 rooms available for families rather than their 21. So we've only really lost 4 rooms for families. However, the number of families looking for shelter is increasing substantially more than we anticipated. With this, I will share that late yesterday afternoon, I think we've come to an agreement that Drew and the county will be working with reinvestment partners to put forth a recommendation to rent an additional up to 16 rooms in Building B at Carolina Duke Inn. Those additional 16 rooms will help cover that gap in single beds, which right now is roughly about 25 beds that are not available, that were available pre-COVID. So once those units come online, we'll have about a 9 or 10 bed deficit, which is helpful to help bring some of these numbers down. Next slide. Isolation and dealing with people who are experiencing homelessness and testing positive for COVID. We have been able to get 2 duplexes online that we sort of are using as a quasi-congregate duplex for people to share space if they test positive. And so far we've had 2 guests use rooms there. And as of right now, the hotel community is really not willing to rent small blocks of rooms to anybody for COVID positive for a variety of reasons. Continue to keep exploring that route. In absence of renting an entire hotel, it will be difficult to find a hotel option for people experiencing COVID at this time. But we remain hopeful. Remain hopeful that it'll come together at some point somehow. Next slide. So moving forward, you may recall from previous presentations I've made of bringing out some rapid rehousing assistance and trying to help leverage the ESG, which is Emergency Solutions Grant COVID money that comes both from HUD directly to the city and goes to nonprofits, and the ESG COVID money that goes from HUD to the state and goes from the state directly to nonprofits. To try and help match these funds with the other CARES funding and FEMA reimbursements, so we really maximize our resources and try and make the biggest impact possible. So with that said, here's kind of where we are at this point, and this is what we're trying to get implemented. entitlement ESG COVID funds, about 524,000 for rapid rehousing. Some of that's going to supportive services and staffing, as well as direct assistance for renting units and getting people into permanent housing. And $78,000 roughly to Project Access with their medical expertise to support medically vulnerable. We just completed the first round of ESG COVID funds going to the state, and that was awarded $329,000 to go to emergency shelter operations costs at Urban Ministries to help cover some of the expenses that they're incurring to run the additional 40 rooms over at Carolina Duke Inn and additional cost at Urban Ministries with increased cleaning and other expenses that have moved up. And Housing for New Hope is joining a statewide initiative of a Back at Home initiative, which is built upon the North Carolina Coalition to End Homelessness's response to rehousing people after Hurricane Florence. So there's an attempt to try and create a statewide rapid rehousing response and hoping to leverage various stakeholders to help streamline some processes and integrate the 211 system, the North Carolina 360, and obviously Durham's coordinated entry process to try and reach out and coordinate people to the most appropriate housing as quickly as possible during this pandemic. So the homeless system team that I'm managing with Hanalea, Lloyd, and Ruby are trying to work through getting these projects off the ground and up and running. So that's kind of where we are now and moving forward for the next few months, I suppose. And next slide. And there's more. There's more money coming. We're waiting to find out sort of when a little over $2 million will be coming from Emergency Solutions COVID funding. That is similar to the $602,000 of ESG entitlement funds that we were able to deploy because there was an award letter that was sent to the mayor from HUD to the mayor expressing the funds will be coming. So I assume mayor or city manager will be receiving another letter at some point about these $2 million coming down the pike. We'll need to figure out how we're going to deploy them and what capacity. And the state will also have another round of COVID funding coming at some point, but we don't know what or when that'll be. And really the biggest thing that we're trying to do is be as mindful as we can and try not to operate in silos and trying to work with emergency management and the team as best we can to dovetail all these various fundings and make sure that we're not double billing and make sure that we really kind of using these funds that we have available to us, because it's an unprecedented huge amount of money coming into the community. And we want to be wise with it so it's not gone before we know it. So that's kind of where we are, where we're going, and happy to take any questions you all have.
Madam Chair, I've got a question.
Sorry, I had muted myself a minute. I just want to say thank you, Colin. I know you and Drew have been working together, and Jacob Feigl and the homeless group. Everybody has been and Peter Skillern just working on this challenge of especially COVID positive homeless residents, how to deal with that. I guess I'm glad to hear about some of the city funding that has come in. The county has spent about $3.5 million since March. That will get us, I believe, just really through maybe December. So I guess I would like to hear, you kind of alluded to it, but it just feels really frustrating that we're spending these enormous amounts of money on very temporary types of solutions. And when you think about what could we do, for instance, with $3.4 million for maybe 150 people, I don't know, 200 people. It's just, I know there's so many restrictions about how the money can be used, but and I just wonder also, maybe Drew can chime in, whether there's been any movement with the state on the conversation with Cody Kinsley and DHHS about how could we use money for capital investments that are going to help us more long term. So just what if you could tell us a little bit about those conversations and options.
Sure. One of the helpful things about some of the state ESG CV funds that have come in is that they create some savings in some of the money that the county allocated through the end of December at the Carolina Duke Inn. So it's that money that we will be bringing back a proposal, I think, to commissioners, perhaps on the 24th or in early September, to reallocate those funds to pay for some of those, the beds that we're proposing to take in Building B. So we're trying to continue to be sort of proactive in finding savings and plugging in outside funding in the most creative way to kind of create new opportunities. To your second question, I have not heard that the state has made a lot of progress since our call with them, but Colin, you may know better. You've been more plugged in the last couple of weeks, but we have had, a number of internal conversations about that possibility and recognize the interest in minimizing kind of the money that we put into housing solutions that doesn't help create long-term capacity in our system. That's our preference if it's at all possible. So, you all know, I think that Reinvestment Partners is very interested in the idea of owning a hotel and renovating it and using it to provide a variety of kind of more permanent housing options. And certainly we'll stay in conversation with them and see how we can be helpful with that effort, and if there are particular funding streams that might assist with that goal. Colin, anything to add to that?
I think it's yes, there are several challenges that we have. We have the short and immediate needs that have to be met. And as we're looking at a socially distanced shelter that can take 32 men instead of 80 and 15 women instead of 32, there's that immediate need. Those things that create the long-term investment in the community from the research that we've been able to pull together are sort of time consuming and they're expensive. Not necessarily expensive, but you're going to spend a good amount of money and time to get them up and running. The rough numbers that I was provided last week is, if you were to purchase a hotel, you'd be looking at $35,000 to $50,000 per room to purchase, and then a $4,000 to $10,000 renovation for just a basic short-term upfit. And then turning it into a long-term use, determining whether or not it would need to meet the multifamily standards would add additional cost and timing to make sure it met, sprinkler system and egress, other things that would, kitchens to get to multifamily housing standards. Could be a 1 to 2 year process to go through all those renovations on the long run. To get it done in the short term, obviously it's procuring a hotel, going through the financial transactions, doing the architectural and engineering due diligence. And then once you own that hotel, there's ongoing operational expenses every year that need to go into it, staffing, maintenance, you know, I've never been in the hotel industry, but having run shelters, just knowing, you know, roof replacements, HVAC replacements, staff, it's a piece that takes some time to plan out. And I think that's kind of one of the things that we're looking at with those ESG, that second round of ESG entitlement funds, is what could we do with those that would have a lasting impact on the system? You know, hopefully that's not going all into emergency shelters and other things. It's what can we use these for in the long term? ESG funds are very, very prescribed in what you can and cannot use those funds for. So, you know, it has to be tied to emergency shelter, street outreach, rapid rehousing prevention, or the homeless management information system. And the prevention program is something that we do not currently have in our homeless repertoire at this point. We have the eviction prevention, the eviction diversion program. To set up a prevention program could be helpful, and we could look into doing those pieces. But prevention programs help a very, very small number of people. Not everybody facing eviction ends up in the homeless system. So it's really, to do that, it does help a small group of people. We're trying to figure out how do we help the greatest number of people in the most cost-effective manner for the longest period of time possible.
Thank you, Com. Really appreciate you sharing all of the complexities of the situation with us. Thank you so much. Commissioner Reckow?
Well, you kind of anticipated what I was going to raise, and Colin did a great job answering it. So I just find it, I think where Wendy was headed, and we're all trying to grapple with it on the commission side, is the fact that the cost of the housing for our homeless and for our sick who need special housing really is great. And so it's been the lion's share of how we've spent the money that we've gotten and or haven't gotten, in the sense that we may apply for a FEMA reimbursement for some of it, but it's really a conundrum. And depending on how long this epidemic goes, it's something that we're just trying to look at to see if there are more cost-effective approaches. So I hope you and Drew and others will continue to think it through, look at best practices, any other models from other areas, and keep us posted.
Absolutely. It's trying to dovetail the immediate, the short term, the medium term, and the long term, and making sure you have money to cover all of them, and making sure that they dovetail nicely together, so when one ends, the other is ready to begin.
Thank you. Mayor Schewel?
Thank you. Thank you, Colin and Drew. Colin, I know I assume Drew's finally back from that long vacation and is sharing the workload a little bit. I kind of got tired of him being out of town and seeing those pictures from wherever he was, some fabulous place. But seriously, thank you all for a great job. I had exactly the same response that Wendy and Alan have. When I saw, okay, new ESG money, I thought, how can we turn this into a long-term resource? So I do think it might be another time to renew the call that we had with Cody Kinsley and the folks at the state. See if we can get Duke in on that call because they have these recuperative care needs. So I just want to, before we spend that money, let's try to push that a little bit and figure out how we can create the long-term resource for the community, as well as the quarantine hotel and so forth that we need now. But I know that we're all thinking about that, and I think we need to push. I think we need to get another phone call with the state.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments for Colin? Well, Colin, thank you. Oh, yes, go ahead.
I just want to be clear, the second round of HUD funding will require probably amendments to consolidated plan, annual action plan, things along those lines that we had to do for the first round. So it's one of those things that to have the money in hand will be a little while. So just thinking through the budget implications and how to front those funds will be the next step as well. But that's something we'll work through.
Well, thank you, Colin, and to everyone working on this. This is clearly a very complicated issue, and we appreciate that we have you and Drew and other great folks who have the minds and the abilities to problem solve this. So, we'll follow up as what the mayor said and try to do whatever we can to support your efforts. Thank you. All right, so last item on our agenda. My computer screen has gone dead here, but I know it's the tax relief program because I see Dwayne's face popping up. So Dwayne, thank you for being here with us. Our fantastic tax administrator, tax director, collections and administration, and here to talk about the long-term homeowner tax relief program that was approved by our board on well, it was actually, yeah, it was approved actually a week ago, and then last night the positions were approved. So I'll let you take over, Dwayne.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners, council members. So one of the first items of business that I got when I came to Durham was to work on a tax relief program with Dr. Savara, and he and I and others have met numerous times over the last year to come to these options. You know, at first there was the grant program, which we all are familiar with. I'm not going to discuss the grant program as part of this presentation. For one, to keep it brief, and two, because we've seen the papers on that as well. I'm going to cover what the commissioners approved last week. What I didn't want to do, you all might be familiar with the legal concerns of the coalition's Coalition for Affordable Housing and Transit, the coalition's grant program. And given the legal concerns we heard from the attorneys, what I did not want to do was go back to my board and say, you know, we can't do this, and that'd be the end of the line. I wanted to bring them options that we could do back. So while none of these options are a grant program, they are options that we can legally do and are already in statute. You might see 17 slides in this presentation. I'm going to go through a lot of them pretty quickly, so don't let that intimidate you. All right, so the options that we brought back for the board, we have a long-term homeowner tax deferment program. And basically the way I explain that is it takes the grant program and eliminates the legal concerns. The same qualifications, it's just not a grant program, it's a payback program. We also presented the option of working with Durham Community Land Trust, which is an option already provided by statute, already. And we presented another option of expanding, working with the city to expand homeowner repair. We realized taxes probably aren't the only thing that the population is struggling with. So we also wanted to consider home repairs. We don't want our community living in unfortunate situations, and that's where that option gets into. Next slide, please. These are our big three that I've discussed a few times with the commissioners and council. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on them. The homestead exemption basically exempts half the taxes. The circuit breaker, it allows, it's much like the coalition's grant program. It's much like the payment deferral program that I'll hit on quite a bit here in just a minute. Circuit breaker limits the amount of taxes that a qualifying applicant pays to 4% of their income. And there is a higher category where you pay 5%. Just going to focus on 4%. If you make, if the owners earn $31,500 or less, whether it's $1,000, $5,000, $10,000, or $31,500, the amount of taxes they pay is limited to 4% of their income. The difference between what they pay and what they don't pay is deferred. And upon a disqualifying event, the last 3 years plus interest is due and payable with a circuit breaker. Disabled veteran, that knocks off 45,000 of the appraised value for a totally permanently service-connected disabled veteran or their surviving spouse. The main purpose of this slide is that I wanted to prompt myself to share the next slide with you, so we can move on to the next slide. All the way back to the August joint meeting, when I was introduced to the council, I remember that. I mentioned that we had developed in Orange a property tax assistance evaluator so that we could spread the word on the current exemption programs. And it's a more simple way to go through and understand the qualifications of all these programs versus reading a multi-page legal application or statute. So we condensed that application, and this is live. It's on our website, available 24/7. So if you know anyone that would be interested in this, send them the link. If somebody qualifies for one of the big three programs, the state programs, we want them to know, and that's what this tool does. So you can see it basically condenses a multi-page application into just a few questions, multiple choice questions. So the taxpayer goes through these questions, answers them. The bottom left, he or she clicks on submit, and an algorithm runs in the background. We work with the IES&T to provide the qualifications and all, and they did the programming for us, did a great job with this. They click on submit, and based on the answers they provided on this form, it'll tell them if they may or may not qualify for any of these programs, the big three programs, homestead, circuit breaker, disabled veteran. And if they qualify, they can click on, I forget exactly what it says, but send to the tax office. And then we'll get that email saying they may qualify, and we'll reach out to them to get a formal application done. So I was very excited. We launched this back in mid-June. Very excited to bring it to Durham. I think it's really going to help out with the ease of spreading word and the ease of pre-qualifying oneself for any of the programs. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll spend probably the most time on this, not a lot, but the most time. The long-time homeowner tax deferral repayment plan, long title. But like I said, basically it takes the coalition's proposal and it eliminates the legal concerns that I heard from our attorneys. So it still focuses on the population earning 30% or less of AMI, long-time homeowners, meaning they've owned the home, resided in the home for at least 10 years as of the preceding January 1st. And if they meet these qualifying measures, it limits the amount of taxes that they pay to 4% of their household income. That is much like the circuit breaker. Again, the cap on the circuit breaker for 4% is an income of $31,500, but it doesn't matter how far below $31,500 you go, it's still 4%. Circuit breaker, well, I just covered that. It's equitable with the circuit breaker. Now, the circuit breaker does allow only a 3-year payback. The most recent 3 years must be paid back plus interest. The tax deferral plan that we came up with cannot do that. The circuit breaker is authorized by state law, which is, we're at the discretion of the state with what we can do. So that is authorized by the state for only a 3-year payback. Without state approval, we can't relieve interest, we can't relieve fees, we can't do that like the circuit breaker is set up, unfortunately. Next slide, please. So disqualifying events I defined as either the home is sold, except for inheritance, or 10 years from the due date of the first year of taxes. Now, upon a disqualifying event, the full, if it's a property sale, I should qualify this. If it's a property sale, the full balance is due and payable within 60 days. Now, most of the time when a property sales, taxes are paid at closing, especially if there's an outstanding balance. So that should not be an issue. It would be taken out of the sale of proceeds, but it would usually be paid at closing anyways. Now, if, and this may, let me cover this now. So if the property isn't sold or if it is inherited, 10 years passes. Let's say, the program is starting in 2020. So looking out to 2030, well, at 2030, we may have 10 years of taxes that have been deferred plus interest and plus fees. Well, 2030 is 10 years from now, and that's a disqualifying event. So what we're going to do, instead of calling the entire balance due, we are going to work with the taxpayer and call only that first year of taxes due. So only the 2020 taxes would be due in 2030. And then the 2021 taxes would be due in 2031, and so on. This, this is a much more daunting, much less daunting proposal, paying the full balance at one time. So, and the reason 10 years is important is because that's the statute of limitations in North Carolina. We have 10 years from the due date of the tax, which is September 1st, to initiate enforced collection measures. If we don't start that within 10 years, then we basically can't collect the tax, or they can voluntarily pay. But we basically lose that tax if it's more than 10 years. Next slide, please. The estimated loss in revenue from a long-term perspective, there is no loss in revenue because there is a payback with this. It may not be paid back next year, may not be paid back in 5 years, but at some point the balance would be paid back. So from a long-term perspective, there is no loss in revenue. The staff needed to administer this program, we estimated that to be about 3 additional collection staff members and setting up the payment plans and working through the qualifications of this and monitoring the payment plans. So total cost for the program, and this is the budget amendment that was approved by the commissioners, $206,550. That's the cost we would need to operate the program. The estimated annual revenue loss, because in any given year, we're going to have revenue that's not paid. It's being deferred, so it's not going to be paid. So the estimated annual revenue loss, we estimated Durham County, $570,000, City of Durham, about $430,000. Total revenue loss between the two is about $1 million. And basically, I just applied a fraction to the revenue loss that we estimated for the coalition's proposal, because I feel there would be fewer applicants in the payment deferral. First and foremost, you wouldn't have all of the homestead exemption beneficiaries applying to this program because the homestead benefits them more than this payment deferral program. Next slide, please. Okay, so what I wanted to do at the request of a commissioner was look at the 4% payment deferral, which is what was approved by the board, and compare it to the 2008 full tax payment. Because the concern I've been hearing is that the sharp increase in values in 2016 reappraisal and the 2019 reappraisal, the gentrification, there was a sharp increase in both of those reappraisals. So what I wanted to look at was basically if we had removed, if we backdated those appraisals, what was the amount of tax paid in our scenarios back in 2008 compared with the 4% payment requirement for the 2020 taxes. So I'll walk through and I color coded these for ease of following along. And I should mention, this is very individualized. We're not going to know how it benefits any one person until we know that one person situation. And you can see there's some change in these different scenarios, not very material, but there's some change here. So the first example, the green example, was the last analysis I provided to the commissioners. And it includes a 2020 household income of $20,000 and a 2020 tax value of $160,000. So if you look at 4% of that for each jurisdiction, I applied a 57-43 split, county, city, respectively. So if you look at 4% for the county, it's $456. If you backdate this, if you erase the 2016, 2019 reappraisals, and the way I did this was to estimate a 50% increase in both of those reappraisals. So I just basically backed off 50% for each one of those reappraisals to get to this 2008, 2015 tax value. So if you look at the full tax bill for 2008, applying the 2008 tax rates, this situation would have paid more in 2008 than they would in the 4% payment deferral program. They pay $504 for the county, $456 for the county in 2020 under the 4%. And for the city in 2008, they paid $384 full tax bill. And under the 2020 repayment plan, 4%, they would pay $344. So they would pay less in that scenario than the full taxes before the last two reappraisals. And I ran through another couple of scenarios, same methodology, same 50% increase in value for each reappraisal. And you can see they're similar. All right. So in the second example, they pay a little more in 2020 using the 4% repayment than they did in 2008, but still it's within $100 for the county especially. And then the bottom example, $30,000 household income and a $200,000 property value. And you can see very similar situations as well. What I wanted to show here was the equity with the circuit breaker and how this would look compared with 2008. And you all know this, but I'll just remind the public that's watching that this doesn't assume an annual increase in property values, because generally property values don't change annually. They only change when there's a reappraisal, basically, unless you've made a physical or zoning change to the property. They only change when there's a reappraisal. And we're scheduled, you have to do a reappraisal once every 8 years. Right now we're scheduled for a 23 reappraisal and a 27 reappraisal. And I use those two appraisals in my larger analysis provided to the commissioners. Next slide, please. All right, so if you look at it in this slide, it's 4% versus 2%. All right, if you look at the household income of $20,000, this mirrors the last example I just showed you, $20,000 household income, $160,000 tax value of the residents in 2020. And this uses this uses a 25% increase going forward. Whereas historically, because we know what happened historically I used a 50% increase to erase the 19, erase the 16. Going forward, I assumed a 25% increase for the 10-year span that's in this analysis. And if you look at this, you can get a good picture for any one given situation 10 years out. You can see that based on the 4% payment deferral plan, they would, this person would owe a little more than $16,000 in deferred principal tax and an additional almost $8,000 in interest and fees. Now, the interest and fees are like everything else, they're set by the state. It's 0.75% for each month. On the first of each month, interest applies. And it is for the first month, it's 2%, and then it's 0.75% after that. And you can also see the additional analysis for 2% in this slide, which obviously if they are paying less each year, deferring more each year, then they're going to have more due at the end of 10 years. Just wanted to give you a picture of, what it would look like 10 years out. Now, remind you, this would not be all due and payable at one time. It would only be 1 year of taxes. The 2020 taxes would be due and payable.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Because if you go further, it'll get lost. But on the previous slide, can you share what tax rate you were using was it the same tax rate for all of those years, or has it been changed? Is there inflation included? I just wanted to be clear before you move forward.
Right, so the last slide that I used, it used the actual tax rates from 2008, which were, let me pull up my Excel sheet. I think it was 54 cents for the city, 54 cents for the city, and then 70.81 cents for the county in 2008. That's what our record showed. All right, and then for the current slide, I I estimated based on a stable tax rate. I did not change the tax rate. Now, for the purposes of going out 10 years, the way I estimated household income was to assume a 3% annual increase in household income. And I, should ask you to keep in mind the target population of this particular program. It would be those that don't qualify for another state program, meaning those under 65 years of age, 30, 40, 50. That's our target population for the payment deferral plan. I assumed a 3% annual increase. The tax value of the residents, we started at 160. I estimated a 25% increase in tax year 2023, which is a scheduled reappraisal year, and in 2027, which is another scheduled reappraisal year. We wouldn't have any more reappraisals in that 10-year period. Next slide, please. So after development of this and presentation to the board, I worked with Dr. Savara to provide some clarifying information, and we thought this would help the commissioners and council members as well. In this program, I did not list a rise in income as a disqualifying event. So if a qualifying applicant in 2020, and I'll just go through this example, it'd be a lot easier than me thinking on the fly. So we're talking about Vanessa homeowner here. She participates in this program 2020 through 2025. But unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, in 2025, her income rises above that 30% threshold. So Vanessa, as of tax year 2025, she can't participate in this payment deferral plan anymore. That is not a disqualifying event. So tax year 2025, she would have to pay taxes for that year and subsequent years in full. But the tax years 2020 through 2025 would not be due and payable until an actual disqualifying event, meaning the property is sold or 10 years elapses. So the fact that she is now earning more income and it's not yet been 10 years or the property hasn't been sold, we're not going to disqualify her. We're going to let those taxes stay deferred until she's voluntarily ready to pay before the 10-year threshold or that 10-year threshold. All right, next slide, please.
And
there we go. All right, so continuing on with the example of Vanessa homeowner, and let's assume instead of Vanessa, her income rising above 30%, that she actually passes away in tax year 2025, and her children inherit the property. And let's further assume that Tom, who's one of Vanessa's children, decides that he wants to live in the family home. Well, everything is good. That's not a disqualifying event. Tom has inherited the property. It's not disqualifying. So Tom otherwise would qualify, except that his 30% AMI threshold is not met. He earns more than 30% of AMI. That still is much like the previous scenario with Vanessa. Since he inherited the home, it's not a disqualifying event. He too would be allowed to keep tax years 2020 through 2024 in deferment, if he so chooses, until an actual disqualifying event, until he sells the property or until 10 years elapses from the first year of taxes. All right, next slide, please. Key takeaways, as I mentioned before, full legal support for this program, School of Government, Department of Revenue, our attorneys. It's legal. We have the authority to establish payment plans. It's basically what this is. No loss in revenue from a long-term perspective, although we would get a loss in revenue annually. And one of the more important points is that this captures a population that doesn't otherwise have an option. If someone can qualify for the homestead exemption or the circuit breaker, they are better off in those programs. But this allows us to offer those under 65 years of age an option. We also floated the idea that I realize the cumulative charge of interest and fees is not attractive in this program. That's what makes it legal. but it's not attractive as part of this program. So I mentioned that we might look into establishing a private fund for private donations from our community, from local businesses, that would help the people in this program upon a disqualifying event. And my expectation, and what I mentioned to the board, was that if out of the 120,000 parcels in the county of Durham, if we can get only a 10% participation rate, and those 10% contribute only $10, then I think that would go a long ways in covering, if not all the way, the interest and fees that would accumulate upon any disqualifying event. So we will be making an effort to establish a private fund to assist in the in deferring these costs of interest and fees. There's nothing we can do locally to relieve those. So we want to do that with private funds if we can find a way to do that. And I mentioned this before too. The current year collection percentage would suffer. Durham has long been a leader in collection percentage in the state. And honestly, in my 13 years as a tax administrator, 14 years, I don't think I've ever had a decline in collection rate. But this program, it would cause a decline in our collection rate. And I think that's something, personally, I think I could live with that, because I know there's a community need for this program. So I'm okay with that. But just recognize that when we go and do settlement next year with the city, with the county, we may pull out a 98% collection rate or a high 97% collection rate, depending on how many people participate in this program, because those taxes are still on our books as unpaid. So just keep that in mind as well. Okay, next slide, please. The Durham Community Land Trust, and I'll go through the next fairly quickly. Durham Community Land Trust, that's an operation that's already established in Durham. And I realize it's not the most attractive option, but I wanted to give the board every option I could think of in working through this community need. So basically, Community Land Trust owns land, and that land is exempt from taxation. And the land trust charges the owner of the improvement a rental fee for the land. So the way this would work is that the land trust would own the land, and the applicant would own the improvement, and it would be perpetual affordable housing. There is a special appraisal methodology that is used with this program. It's already in statute. I provided the statute there, 105-277-17. And in its simplest form, it provides a reduced valuation for those that qualify for this program. Next slide, please. Cover this, since there are deed restrictions, since the improvement owner doesn't own the land, there is a reduced appraisal typically with this program. Next slide. Okay, as I mentioned at the onset of this presentation, we realize that taxes aren't the only thing that this population may be struggling with. So we put an option in here to explore a joint effort with the city to establish a housing repair fund. That's something that we can spend money on. For the long-term homeowners, household income below 30% AMI, to make sure that they have energy efficient homes that aren't struggling from faulty roofs or faulty floors, or I'm not real familiar with what we can do with that program, but it's something that we want to explore nonetheless. So with that, I wanted to provide enough opportunity for board discussion and to answer any questions that anyone may have for me.
Well, thank you, Dwayne, for that very, very thorough discussion. And I will turn it back over to questions from city council members. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And thank you so much for all your work and for this presentation. This is shaping up really well. My First question is, did y'all run these numbers at all using different AMI levels for as possible qualifications?
So the way that I factored in the payment deferral plan, the revenue loss from that was to simply apply a fraction to the coalition's proposal, because I think there would be less interest in the payment deferral. And I think the coalition's proposal, what we used for that and what the coalition used in its latest form was the 30% AMI or lower. There were several previous versions, and I think I think at one point it was 60% AMI and maybe even stretched to 80% AMI. I'm not sure if I don't recall those versions, but I know in this version we looked at 30% AMI.
Thank you. Yeah, I know there were, like, in your presentation, there was a section where you had looked at 4% maximum income and 2% maximum income. One of the things that the city talked about in our last legislative cycle was applying to a similar program, like modifying the circuit breaker at the state level to allow anyone at 30% of AMI or at 60% of AMI to have tax deferrals, possibly at different levels. So like if you were 30% of AMI, maybe the maximum percentage of your income you would pay would be 2%. And then if you were at 60, then the maximum would be 4%. I don't know how difficult these calculations are, but I think it would be, I'm not sure how many of our low-income homeowners are below 30% of AMI. Our AMI goes up every year, whereas those incomes, like people's incomes stay the same. So I'm assuming that more and more people are going to qualify, as AMI increases, but I'm just not sure how many low-income homeowners are that low income. And I know that 60% is a number we often use, and that we might catch more people who need the service if we had a 60% AMI cutoff. So if we could see what that would cost, I think that would be really great. I really like that this could be done through the county tax office. I think that's what's really needed in order to get this kind of program to be functional at scale, and the city could just kind of roll into that program, which would be great. I really like the housing repair grants program. We have a program that does repairs and renovations for low-income folks. I think that our qualifying level is 60% of AMI for that too, but our community development folks can correct me if I'm wrong. And when we did surveys about the main factors that were making it difficult for people to afford their housing, repairs and utilities, which were directly related to like lack of weatherization, like leaky windows, leaky doors, were the bigger costs than, like, we're more critical in terms of people being able to stay in their homes and taxes. So it's great to see y'all thinking about that and being excited about contributing to that effort as well. I'm sure I have more thoughts that are going to come up later, but yeah, really excited about this proposal. I think it's really great. And yeah, would like to talk a little bit more about some of the more specific measures in there. But yeah, I'm happy to see this moving forward, and really excited to talk more about how we can make this happen.
And I'll mention, if I can, just real quickly, you hit on a good point, and it's something that I explored in modifying the circuit breaker. I was hoping that we would have some local discretion to more or less disregard the age requirement for the circuit breaker, because that would be such an effective solution, honestly. Because the circuit breaker, if your income is $31,500 or less, then you pay 4% of your income in taxes. However, you can make up to, if you make between $31,500 and $47,250, and you can still participate in the circuit breaker. And I don't know where $47,250 falls in the AMI, but that if you make between $31,500 and $47,250 and choose to participate in the circuit breaker, that's basically your only option at that income level. But between that income range, you pay 5% of your income in taxes. But if we could disregard the age requirement for the circuit breaker, that is an effective solution because there's only a 3-year payback of taxes. It's already authorized by state law. Our tax system is already set up to work with that program. But I reached out to the Department of Revenue and its counsel and the School of Government, and we can't modify a local program. We can't just disregard the age requirement, which I was hoping, they would be more or less ambivalent about it, but they're not. So, but you're right, that would be an effective solution, and maybe it's something that we should lobby for in the legislature, because that is definitely an effective solution.
Yeah, it was on our legislative agenda in the last long session. I'm sure we'll put it on again. It's just like nothing that we want is going to get through the legislature right now, but we might see some changes in November that might help us get there. We also had an issue. Our initial request was just to remove the age and disability requirement from the circuit breaker. We got pushback from that by the League of Municipalities because they were concerned about smaller communities, lower income communities where everybody is below that threshold, right? Because it's just like a set threshold. And so then the idea of using AMI came up where, okay, your specific community can have a different level based on based on the level of resources in that community. But yeah, of course, it all has to be authorized by the state. So we'll continue to have that on our lobbying agenda, and we'll hope for some friendlier faces to lobby to come next year.
Thank you. Other questions from council members, Mayor?
Thank you very much. Great presentation, Dwayne. Thank you. I really like the tax evaluator. I think that's just a great tool. Congratulations. The $1 million cost in a year, you may have said what the math is to get to that estimate of the annual revenue cost. I know we're eventually going to recover it, but how did you get to the $1 million? All
right, let me pull up my Excel spreadsheet real quickly. I'm just wondering how many people you think will take up this program. Right. So the way that what I sent the commissioners last week, it actually had the annual revenue impact on there, which resulted in for the 4% payment deferral, it resulted in a revenue impact of about 1.2 million. The initial analysis, I said 1 million, so it's not materially different. It's an estimate at best. And then the 2% payment deferral resulted in an annual revenue loss of about 1.6 million. Now, quite simply, how I arrived at those figures was to estimate the amount of deferred taxes for the county and the city, the total deferred taxes, with 1,000 qualifying applicants, assuming the latest scenario that I provided to the board. And that's the scenario of a $20,000 current household income and a current tax value of $160,000. I'm not sure where that slide was, but that results in an annual deferment of $1,190 at the 4% threshold. And if you take that and multiply it by 1,000 expected participants in this program, that results in a figure of about 1.2 million, right at $1 million. So that's simple math, maybe, but that's how I arrived at that estimate.
And so you're thinking that 1,000 people will, your estimate is that 1,000 people would use the program.
Yes, sir.
So do we know anything about the number of homeowners in Durham who are below the 30% AMI and are not eligible for the other programs? Do we have data on that? Or I'm just wondering, did you have anything other than your gut to base the estimate on?
Yes, I tried to go back and review the documents that had been shared with me by the coalition and by the city. And at one of the more recent versions of the coalition's proposal excluded the homestead beneficiaries and the circuit breaker beneficiaries from participating in the coalition's proposed grant program. And if I remember correctly, the expected number of applicants for, given those assumptions, the expected number of applicants was around 4,000 or 4,100, with an expected 3,000 or 3,100 actually qualifying for that program. So going off my memory of an expected 4,000, given that same situation, those participating in homestead and circuit breaker probably would not benefit more. I can't see how they would benefit more by the payment deferral plan. So I took the coalition's numbers in one of the recent versions and, basically took a quarter of that number. Now, if we take out, if we start with a number of 4,000, you can immediately mark off nearly 2,000 applicants of that 4,000 for the homestead exemption people, because they're going to stay in the homestead. But basically a quarter is what I assumed would participate in this program. And that gets me down to the $1,000 properties.
Okay. Yeah, that seems as good a guess as any, given the knowledge that you have. Thank you for that. And if we had 1,000 people take us up on this, that would be a good thing. And now, where is at this point, the commission has adopted this, is that correct? Yeah. And so you're now, as I understand it, and I guess this is for you, Wendy, you all are now asking us if we would like to join the same program. You're not considering modifications at this point. You've done what you're going to do. And now you want to know if we also want to join. Is that right?
Right, exactly. The question is whether you all want to participate, and then there would be discussions about just your portion of the administration of the program as well.
Okay. So, Dwayne, right now it's just myself, Jillian, and Deidreana on the call from the city council. So we would need to ask you to come to one of our city council meetings sometime, in the very near future to talk to us about the proposal. And we'll need to figure out how to schedule that. But thank you so much for all the work you've done on this and the creativity that you've given to it. Much appreciated.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Commissioner Reckow. Oh, I'm sorry. And then Councilmember Freeman.
Well, I appreciate the council questions so far, and I hope you will participate. I do want to say we are looking at enhancements of the program. Last night we discussed possibly layering in a financial counseling piece. Commissioner Howerton brought it up. It's something that I have felt would be helpful too. So we're going to be looking at that. We've asked our tax administrator, as they begin to deal with people, to assess the extent of need in terms of financial counseling, and maybe start to get our arms around it so that we can determine the size of the program, and probably be looking at a nonprofit in the community to run it as opposed to us. And I wanted to raise with council members, because I think that, and the other piece that would benefit our program would be the donations that would offset interest and fines, the fees and interest. And we've asked the staff to look at that. Ideally, we would like a checked off box on the tax bill. Dwayne's not sure that's feasible, but he's investigating. So that's something else that we think would help families and offset their future, any future costs. So that's something else that we're interested in. And the two things he mentioned that aren't really directly part of the program, one of them would be complementary, and that would be expanding home repairs. I think we would be interested in that. Obviously, the council's way more experienced with that, but we might be, interested in helping more with it. And then the other one is essentially, do we start a new program? And that would be investing more in the Durham Community Land Trust. Dwayne made an interesting observation. Sometimes fresh eyes looking at our community lead to interesting observations. He pointed out, I believe you said this, Dwayne, that Orange County has more, even though they're a much smaller county, more homes that are home owners in the home ownership land trust program than Durham County has. Is that what you indicated? I don't want to get it wrong.
Based on my research, based on the Durham Community Land Trust website, that is accurate. And certainly that's not being flippant to the Durham Community Land Trust, but the Orange Community Home Trust has 272 home ownership programs in that program. And I believe Durham, going off memory, has 50 some homeowners in that program. So it seems like we have an opportunity to expand that.
And I pointed out because in terms of kind of investing in our future, to make it possible for more families who are interested to buy land trust houses buffers them automatically from a great deal of the gentrification that may continue to occur in our community. And so having this as a piece of our solution going forward seems wise, proactive. I remember when my husband and I were traveling in Canada, we were in the Canadian Rockies and stayed in this very nice community to hike from. And we learned that community just decided proactively to not, somehow the community all owns, they own the land. And when you build property, you're only paying for the improvements. But what it's done is it's kept housing costs reasonable in the community, because that's kind of what it does. But anyway, I just give that as an extreme example, a whole little town that basically decided we're not selling the land, the land's gonna not be part of the equation. But I say that to say that I think it's something that we as a city county just might want to pursue more tool in the toolkit to help with moderating housing prices for low-income people. So anyway, just wanted to put that out there.
I just want to jump in, folks, because it is 1:15.
Okay.
And I've already missed a 1 o'clock meeting, and I have a 1:30 meeting. So I know Councilmember Freeman, want to get you in there.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to respond and ask a question regarding the presentation. I really wanted to thank the county and just acknowledging how far this conversation has moved along. Just noting that when it was mentioned that I'm not sure if you were saying that the actual program itself was equitable or the circuit breaker was equitable, but I wanted to make sure that you were acknowledging how you were, I guess, looking at it as equitable, because I wasn't clear. And then just noting that Commissioner Recal's additional enhancements are helpful, and acknowledging that the layers, if you did pursue a financial counseling option, I would hope that would incur some type of credit, because acknowledging that folks are not short on the ability to manage their finances, they're short on income. And in many instances, that's often seen as an offense. And just noting that in the nonprofit realm, that Durham Community Land Trustees would be a great option for support in making sure that folks were owning their homes and maintaining ownership moving forward. I would just ask if we could get a presentation maybe, or some type of update from the Durham Community Land Trustees, because I think that number is fairly low, that 50 number that you quoted, and I don't think that's accurate. But I do think that Orange County may have more, but I want to be sure that we're not giving credit to Orange County before it's due. And then just along those lines, I just wanted to come back to that equitable aspect. I did just recognizing that the tax rate that you're holding to, the numbers, it makes sense what you're saying. If we hold for the numbers that you've given and the tax rates you've given, that we'll get to an amount that you shared around the 1 million mark. I think the mayor was kind of asking the questions in that direction. I just want to make sure that I know, in addition to Mayor Pro Tem Johnson's comments around the 60% AMI, that would be more favorable, and making sure that we're not missing the opportunity to keep more homeowners in their home, because I know just being in my neighborhood and around, that many of the homeowners who were here 5 years ago are gone, and they continue to leave because they are being priced out and pushed out by taxes. So I just wanted to put that up there, and then just noting that there were a few articles, and just being clear that if you're regarding equity around race, it needs to be specific. And then if it's around gender or ethnicity, or if it's just income, I don't think calling it equitable is a good way to phrase it.
When I mentioned equity, I meant program equity, and meaning that the closest comparison we have is with the circuit breaker program. And that's why we chose the 4% income threshold, because it's equitable with the circuit breaker program.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to comment on the financial counseling, and thank you, Commissioner Raquel, for bringing that up. I had to run for an errand and just came back. And when I mentioned that last night and recommended that, I wasn't thinking any funds related to that. It was more of having individuals participate in the program and having counseling so that they don't end up in 10 years with this big bill, but they got to figure out how to pay. And to be able to have this program be successful, but it's not successful if in 10 years you're hit with a huge bill that you got to pay. So it's more on that line. And then I hear what Deidreana is saying. And I guess I hadn't talked to Dwayne about any financial support around that, just using a nonprofit to ensure that people are really counseled in how they go about making this work for them.
Hey, well, great comments, everybody. Mayor Schewel.
I'll be quick, thanks. The Orange County Land Trustees is the beneficiary of the exception that Orange County has for inclusionary zoning. They have specific legislation. Their land trust is the primary vehicle for that inclusion. And so that's what's created all the units. Good for them. It is but they do get it as it's something they can demand from developers, which unfortunately we haven't been able to do. But I agree about the value of the land trust model. And we have, the other thing I wanted to mention is, I don't think that you're gonna, I think that it's gonna be crucial if you're seriously predicting a significant contributions for the fund, that it has to be a checkoff on the bill. Other than that, I just think it's not going to happen. There's so many billions of causes. all great causes. So I think that will, you know, if you can't do that, then I think it's going to be de minimis. But I think it's a great idea if you can get it on the bill. Thank you so much for your work on this, Dwayne, and thank you to the commissioners.
Councilmember Freeman.
And I just really quickly, I just wanted to note to Commissioner Howerton's point that it may be more of a program education and outreach rather than a financial counseling that you're talking about. And I do know that there are counselors and support in place with the Durham Community Land Trustees and the Community Education Fund, which has done really great work. So just noting that there are folks in that space that are doing the work as nonprofits. That's all. Thank you.
So just to respond real quickly, I guess we'll hear, you all will consider whether you would like to participate. And I also want to acknowledge Claudia Hager, who's worked very hard on this, Brian Mordell as well, and the efforts that they put into meeting directly with members of the community and working on this, and Dwayne for his all hands on deck, creative outside the box thinking. You know, I think that if this works, it'll be great. I do think we have challenges to overcome. The interest and the fees that will accumulate are considerable. And so the piece around, again, we've talked about the checkoff box, people being able to contribute for the fees and the interest, and having that fund is going to be critical for the success of this. It really will. So I really hope that we can do that, because at the end of the day, we want to create a program that people are going to feel comfortable using, and that is really going to work for them. I heard lots of suggestions about, you know, working with the state legislature. That's definitely something that we should focus on for the long term. And Dwayne, could you just remind us the current number of people who are using the homestead? And I know circuit breaker is only 29 in the entire county, which is very small, but homestead, what is the current number?
It's between 1,800 and 1,900. It was 1,828 last year, I think, and we've had some additional people come on board with that program. So I would say between 18, probably closer to 1,900 at this point.
Okay, so another thing just to share with our city council partners is we discussed last night that the 3 administrator positions that we're funding, that those people will also be helping people find out if they qualify for these other existing programs, because we know that we're not at capacity with the circuit breaker and the homestead. So one of the bonuses now of these 3 new positions is to help get more people into those. Even if they decide not to do this program, they may qualify for the other ones. And I guess another question for you all, I think for us to talk about, are what are ways that we can work together, whether it's with neighborhood improvement services, how can we really work together to get the word out? And, you know, not everyone's going to feel comfortable, even though it's great we have that evaluator tool. That's still, we know some people are not going to still feel comfortable using that online and need assistance. So I guess I think us talking in the future about how we partner on that. And what I heard is, again, our October meeting, I heard CARES Act funding, you know, explanations, but also if we could bring back from staff a Durham Community Land Trust presentation, also discussion about the housing repair, because we're actually partnering right now. The city and the county are partnering on a housing collaborative repair program. So how do we look at expanding that? And then this discussion about what are options for financial support, financial counseling, whatever we want to call it. Bringing that back in October to hear what the various options are about that. I just want to put a pin in that for October. And then I heard, Dwayne, you're also being asked 60%, what does it look like if we in the future expand it to the 60% AMI. And Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. Without the chat feature, I'm afraid I'll miss adding the input into the conversation if I don't raise my hand, and just noting that I know we talked about age as an aspect of addressing the legislature, but it's also people with disabilities, and noting that there are families with people with disabilities. And so just making sure to expand the conversation, especially for Dwayne, and looking at the programming and talking to, even if it is NIS or the community engagement, who does equitable engagement work, it's important to make sure that you're not limiting the conversation to people based on just their income, but also their family as a whole, and acknowledging that people with disabilities usually have caretakers, and that, so that there's just a lot more to this conversation that I feel like is getting missed, and I'm concerned. And I just wanted to raise that issue as well. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Great conversations about important issues. I'm gonna get you in a second. Our next meeting, I just want to note, is October. I wrote it down here. All right, somebody help me because I'm not looking at it. It's in October. What is the date?
13.
October 13th. And also, we didn't talk a lot about this, but for city folks, we need to really partner and gear up on the census. We only have now till the end of September. Just want to put that out there, that we should put that as a priority. And Mayor Schewel.
I think he was waving goodbye.
Goodbye
Oh,
and signed off.
But just
All right.
just one quick additional thing, Chair Jacobs, the timeline for this, acknowledging that we're like 3 weeks away from September. I just want to make sure that we put people's nerves at ease, and acknowledging that we will get this done before the taxes are due, and just making sure folks don't feel like this is not going to get done in a timely manner. So.
Right. The only question is the printing of the tax bills. And Dwayne will tell you that's the only timeline, is when things have to get to the printers.
Yes.
So.
Right, because y'all have already approved this, right? This is policy for this tax season.
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
That is correct.
Yeah,
So,
I just want to make sure it was said, because I don't think we said that in the conversation. That was all.
Okay. All right, great. All right, well, thank you, everybody. Great discussion about a lot of topics, marathon meeting here, and see you all soon. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
And bye.